Somebody was there. I can't shoot. I go.
Let's go, Sin. Let's go, Sin.
Okay, okay, wait.
You're
wait,
just
okay,
better.
Hold that.
Holding.
No, take back. Shoot him.
Right side, right side.
They.
Oh shit! Sin! I am clipping that for you! I need to color correct my screen. Bitch! I don't have a backup Pokemon, I'm like...
Have a lovely lurk.
I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Alone?
Yeah.
Hey, Chin, is that really you?
Randy wins.
Like, actually?
I'm
You're
coming
not
for your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck? I'm the only alien here, Frank. Oh my god! Crazy!
Fuck. Oh my. Yo, who's wheezy like that, bro?
I love it! Do it again, do it again. Bet you won't.
Whoa.
It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Just press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space, 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 space. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Oh my god, she died.
Nicole!
It's a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part.
How's she not dead? Please. Oh my god, please no.
I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair. In the messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We will find all of the animals again? Yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with, oh my god. Mina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much.
Nobody was there. Look right. Somebody was there. I can't shoot. I go.
Let's go, Sin. Let's go, Sin.
Okay, okay, wait.
You're
wait,
just
wait,
better.
hold that.
Holding.
No, never mind. Take back. Shoot him.
Right side, right side.
They.
Oh shit! Sin! I am clipping that for you!
It's a little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Just press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space, 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 space. Hold it, hold it, hold it. she died.
Nicole.
No, I can't close doors. I'm scared.
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. How's she not dead? Please. Oh my god, please, no.
Turn it off. It's so. Oh my god. What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Hey, Shin, is that really you?
Granny, when?
Like, actually? You're not
for your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck?
That's how lonely I am.
Oh, you can talk to yourself about it.
Oh yeah, fuck. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in... Stop! How did I survive that? Fuck you guys. You guys suck. Oh my god. If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here. What's up, guys? Jeez, oh my god. I just did hella shit. This natural lighting ain't it. There we go. I'm a little tired. Just like a tiny bit tired already. Okay, what do I need to do right now? Let's play some music. Let's play some music first. Hi Jones, how are you doing? Let me give you a shout out. You just got your butt kicked by the first gym in Pokemon Platinum. I don't think I played Platinum. But damn. That sucks. Get good. I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Alright. You can't. Why? My volume controls are like so crazy. They're so bad. Hold on. Piplup one-shot everything, then got folded. Is it Cranidos? Cranidos? I don't know. There's such a huge glare from all the lights coming this way on my glasses. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't know if anyone's gonna come through. G-Dubsy? Wait, G-Dubsy was here? Hold on. Hello, friend. It's been quite a while.
You know, hot dog? Dude, I fucking love hot dogs. They're so long and juicy and tender. It just goes right in your mouth.
That's a little sus. Like a tiny little sus. I know I need to fix some audio things right now. Unfortunately, we need to fix some things today. I know it sucks. What was that about hot dogs? Something about them being really juicy and long? It's a little painful to talk about right now, I guess. What are my channel points available right now? I need to look through them. I have so fucking many. Let's see. Do. All of these are cool. There's some that are either too loud or not. Let's see. We can enable that one. That's fine. Okay. And then I need to change the lurk command. It's so fucking loud. I need to turn down the TTS. Where are you? I see you. Where are you? There you are. This audio volume is so fucking loud. Let's do 40. Let me test it.
Have a lovely lurk.
Oh yeah, that's hella fucking loud. 35?
Have a lovely lurk.
That's still hella fucking loud. 30? Do I need to save it first? Maybe I need to save it first before I can play it.
Have a lovely lurk.
No, that's still hella fucking loud. Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm blasting everyone's ears. Let's save it like that. This noise too needs to go down.
Have a lovely lurk.
That's still hella fucking loud. I'm turning it down in like very large increments. How the fuck are you that loud? I'm sorry, Jones.
Have a lovely lurk.
Nope. 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 Still the same. Still super fucking loud for no reason. It's a hater? Honestly. I turned it was at 45. I turned it to 20. So what, let's try 15?
Have a lovely lurk.
It's still hella loud. It does not give a shit. We're gonna turn it down to 5.
It's all good. It's not loud to you, really.
Have a lovely lurk.
Okay, I guess it's fine. Whatever. Fuck it. Fuck it. I know there's some commands too that are really low that I'm starting to not hear because of how low the volume is. Because I turned everything down a bit. Alright, we'll leave it alone for now. It's fine. It doesn't bother you. Well, that's good. Thanks, Jones. I appreciate your feedback. Let's see. If anyone wants to play, they can play. I kind of also want to I have so much shit to do. I'm so sorry. I'm a fucking busy girl today. There's so many things for me to do. Oh my god. Let's get into the shooting range. You're fine. I know it's always so embarrassing though. I'm like, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I need to stop doing that voice because that's the voice that fucks everything up. It's a little funny though. The game should pop up in just a second. There I go. Wait, can you guys hear the Discord notifs? Say a nipple night. You know what? I need my fan on me. I'm wearing like a Hanes sweater, you know? And it gets hot in those, you know what I mean? It's a little hot. Jones, what did you do today? Who have I not played at all? I don't think I've played. I don't think I've played Chamber. No, I've tried Chamber a little bit. Not like in a game, but I don't think I've played Deadlock either. I've definitely never played Cypher, so we can mess around with his. Nice. Looks cute. Cage?
Cage triggered.
Okay. What is this? How do I use it? What is that? Oh. Oh. Interesting. And then what does his X button do? I have no idea. Love yellow card, but for real, woke up, wrote for a bit while listening to mostly Moose Blood, then hopped on Pokemon Platinum. That sounds like a sweet ass fucking day. I went to the grocery store with my mom, and she spent a lot of money on my groceries, so that was kind of nice. Nice of her to do. And then what else did we do?
We went out to eat after too. Well, my sister got ice cream, so we had to go back home, drop off the ice cream, and then head out to eat. But we got sushi and it was so fucking good. I ate so much. I think I don't think I can eat beef anymore or meat in general. I think I just have to be full pescatarian right now. I can't do anything else. Oh, that was 3-shot. And then we have our information for the tournament up. Ooh, nice number. Yeah. Very sweet of her for that. Yeah, she does that every so often. But there's a new grocery store that popped up, and honestly, they had so much shit. I was like all over the place. I was bouncing off the balls. I want sushi, shake my head. I have leftovers if you want some. Oh, that stinks about the no beef meat. Glad that fish still doesn't upset your stomach. Yeah, meat, for some reason, I just can't have it. It's not, it doesn't settle well. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's upsetting though. It makes me so fucking mad. Why do I have so many tabs open? Or you'll be just another regret. I think seat needs to go higher. Wait, that's the highest it can go, fuck. It feels off. Oh. I have a foot massager on the floor, so my chair is like bumping into it. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I'll just run all the way from New York for sushi. Yes. Yes. Please do. I'll see you in a bit. I think it's like a 5-hour flight to Cali. See, every time I change my chair settings, I have to recalibrate everything else. It sucks. Don't ever move my chair. Lunar? I'll pick him up in a second. It's no fair though, because Lunar's probably been warming up for a while. Dirty little secret. Don't tell anyone or you'll be just another regret. Y'all ever go to like a concert and headbang and then wake up with a sore ass fucking neck in the morning? 'Cause same. It'll take 2 seconds to run? Yeah. Okay, let's hop out of the range. A wound? Where is he? Get in this way, chat. I'll keep you dude, my voice is shot. Lunar. We're in my VC. Yeah, headbanging at a concert and crowd surfing? Dude, crowd surfing? I could never. I think I would cry. Honestly, I don't think I could do that. I would fucking cry, dude. No. Hello.
Hello?
Hold on, I gotta do my favorite thing when you pop into my VC. Okay, I'm good. I had to get it out of my system.
You need to make the noises.
Right? Right? No? Why else would you have a fucking spaceship if for not me to do that?
Where's Cynical? There we go.
Wait, is Sin? Oh.
Match found.
Oh, you messed up
It's
my
over you!
routine.
It's over you! Wait, why did it space out?
Oh, because the match found.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. That sucks.
That's all good. Are we Q dodging?
Wait, why?
You said something about Sin.
Oh, cause you said Cinequil, and then all I heard in my head was Sin.
Oh.
Priority.
You hear what you wanna hear. Okay.
Priority. How's your day, Lunar? Hell yeah, you gotta do the sound effects.
I woke up
Fuck.
late. And I felt guilty about eating all that food last night. Not gonna lie.
So, did you go work out or?
No, I just starved.
Dude, I had sushi today, so it was so fucking good. I loved it. I'm sorry. I'll give you my leftovers too. Jones has dibs.
Hey, what is it? The running joke is that 1,000 subs and Sin will spit in your mouth, right?
Oh my god. That's so gross.
So Jones, 1,000 subs and yeah, leftovers.
That's so fucking funny. Poor Sin. She said she'd do it too. That was so bad. Jones said, "Oh hell no." What kind of music do you like listening to, Lunar?
Search for the good in all things. Reloading.
I can listen to everything, but
then act decisively, violently.
recently I've been just doing a lot of EDM mashups.
I see, nice.
But I wouldn't say EDM is my top favorite. I think lo-fi is the one I listen to the most.
That's pretty easy to listen to for sure.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
Why is my vision blurry? Oh, my glasses are dirty.
Hello?
Oh god. Hello?
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 Hi.
Hello?
He said, hey.
Knock, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Repeating all.
Multiple enemies A. Healing you. Reloading. Hawk out.
You got shit on you.
Spike planted.
Reloading. Enemy killed.
Jet is at 55.
One enemy remaining.
We cannot let them.
Got my one.
Our world.
Noise, noise.
I forgot I have to turn
Reyna,
off your
time
audio.
to hunt.
Oh, shoot. I'm still in my scene. Starting scene.
Oh shoot, you're streaming too? Nice.
Guys, they're going A again.
How does he know? How does he know?
He's a spy.
Because I'm like that.
If you're wrong, you have to leave.
That. Guys, I'm leaving right now.
Yep.
Ah, I'm flashed.
Oh my god, I hit her 55.
Last player standing.
Look at your gun
Spike
again.
planted. Insecto.
Damn, bro, I hit Reyna 148.
Oh, he's
Fight till the
He-Man.
end, no matter what.
I don't know.
Ooh,
just being a
chicken
typical Valorant
tendies.
player.
Let's go, Jones.
Alright, which way are they going this time?
What's up, sweet? Hop in.
Ooh, yo, somebody say chicken tendies though?
Yeah.
Tempting.
Jones? Jones said chicken
Tempting.
tendies.
Alright, guys, now they're going A.
Joke's over.
You're dead.
Sounds like C.
Yeah, and I left
Yeah,
it
my
too.
phone was sick. I did not mean that.
No, I hit her 80 again, dude. Oh.
Spike planted.
I've got your trail. Still in sight.
You're making breakfast basically right now?
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Feeling over here.
You woke up an hour ago thinking it was 5? Oh my god, that's so fucking loud.
Reloading.
Reloading. Last round before the switch.
Use everything you have. We lose it anyway. I can buy. Who needs what?
I have only 1 kill. Oh, yeah. I'm warming up, guys. Don't worry.
Prediction?
I think they'll go B.
Wall raised.
B1?
Yeah, guys, they're A.
Oh.
Okay.
Spike down A.
I feel like flanking.
One enemy remaining.
Here we go.
Oh.
Last player standing.
Keep strafing, baby.
Yo, throw your little slow shield thing at them and then make him like go 0 miles per hour and then push in there and then he's not gonna be able to do nothing and then you're gonna win. Careful.
I hate it here.
Switching sides.
Yo, I bet he tries to talk to you.
Guys, let's count the 1-taps. Alright, you ready, guys?
That was beautiful.
Just like you, baby.
Actually, guys, who has a sheriff skin? Please. Thank you, Sage.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Out the 1-taps, guys. You ready?
I have your back.
I'm hearing music somewhere. What the hell?
Is it for me?
Other than my music.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Enemy A.
Oh my god.
There's 2 behind the box.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Let's go, Lunar.
I love this game.
Yeah, try.
Fucking classic sucks, dog.
Don't worry. Nice shot. Don't even think about it. We're about to turn the game around and easy W. You ready? I said, are you ready?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Are you fucking ready?
I'm dead.
Guys, let's see what I can do with the fucking Marshall.
Yeah,
If I
yeah.
sell it,
Everyone, let's
then
just watch.
I'll
Go for it.
Yes, just watch. Stay here. Nobody move.
Alright.
All right, guys, we're out of there. Raina's at the stair thing. Only in the back.
Reloading.
Watch our flank too.
Got the Reina.
What then you bargain for,
Guys
yeah.
behind the boxer.
I hit Phoenix 130.
Go away.
One enemy
69 on
remaining.
Sky.
Last player standing.
That flank. Be careful. They're coming. No. Go the other way.
Let him play. Let him play. Let him cook, dog.
Don't worry. I gotta give out the best comms in the world. Told you we're
Good
gonna win,
job.
guys.
We got this.
What's up, dancers? Hello.
Who has a Vandal skin?
Bruh.
Mine
I
isn't
like this
really
guy's
that great.
energy.
It's a skin.
Can someone get this?
Imagine paying for
Thank you.
money for a skin that you don't think is great.
Thank you.
It was on my night market, so I just bought it because it was hella
Oh.
cheap.
Okay.
Yo, tell me why I just equipped that spray. Let me go first, guys. Let me go first. 3. They will cover. They will cover.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Reloading. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Stealing sight. Be grateful I killed you.
Sorry about that.
Match point.
Have a lovely lurk.
Thank you for the link. Studying. Good luck. Good luck.
Out the one taps, guys. You ready?
Yeah, I see it.
Good luck,
Nobody
have
but,
fun. Good luck,
Don't
have
look at-
fun
don't
with
look at my
your
bird.
studies.
Go for it. Go
Don't
for
look
it.
at my fucking bird.
Trial.
Shy.
Yo, your bird distracted me. Raina's up there.
Reloading.
Yeah, she's over there. I hit her 80.
Rest.
Last player standing.
Nice shot. Oh wait, Neon's still alive.
I want him to commentate the entire fucking game. I need word for word, bar for bar. Everything is on mine. Hi, Angie. How are you doing?
Chat, you have ult.
Get out of my way.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Oh!
Oh, God.
Nice job.
Sudden death.
Sudden death.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
Crack. So what happened? Why do you suddenly have a voice chat on now?
I don't know, for fun? I played a few games by myself too, so I was like, okay.
Welcome to the dark side of Valorant.
I mean, I've had it on before, so it's not like I've never had it on. I just would get tilted.
Don't put a bird.
Don't put a bird.
Shitty Lear.
One enemy remaining.
Where's the fucking soda?
There it is.
Not good enough.
Attackers win.
Good game.
Need. What? What a wild name. What's up, Siam? Welcome in. If we get a few more players, we can do unrated. I don't like the long haul without friends.
Match found.
Oh, welcome to the FatalKimchi Valorant charity event registration.
Oh shit. Bruh.
Oh wow, you said feel free to reach out to Misa via Discord FatalKimchi.
God damn it, Landy.
Yikes.
Yikes.
To talk to you. Wow.
Yo.
Oh, I wasn't looking that way.
I gotta try ISO.
Yes, it's so fun. It's so fun. The 1v1s are really, really fun.
I haven't won any.
Oh, ugh. Wait, who the fuck said that? Oh no. Oh, mute. How was it? How was your first time having kimchi last night? Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Sus. Hella sus. Bruh.
Hella
It's too early
sus?
for this. It's too early for this right now. I haven't even drank my wine yet.
Oh my god. Cheers?
Let me go grab a glass then.
FatalKimchi is being sus AF.
Cheers! I still have soju.
Okay. Let me go get my glass.
I don't have that much left, but I have vodka in the freezer, so. Oh, breeze. Eek. Eek. No, seriously, like, did you like it though? Was it good?
Radiant powers, deadly tech. I'm sure we won't break anything. Can I get a drop?
Can I get a drop?
Oh, my glasses.
No.
I still feel like my setup's off.
How come Namo doesn't play Valorant?
He doesn't like
Everyone
shooting
does.
games, or he doesn't like competitive games.
You don't have to. You don't have to play competitive.
Go, go, go!
Reloading.
Show me a target. Reloading.
Ay, corazón.
Our spike is down.
One enemy
Found the
remaining. Spike down mid.
Go.
Reloading.
Go Power Rangers.
Spike down. I have the spike.
Spike down A.
On the knife. I'm not gonna lie, that was hella fucking funny. That was so fucking funny. Holy shit.
Good night, bro. Let's go. Okay, A or B? Call it.
Lead the way, Sage.
A or B? Call it. Neon? Neon. Oh my god, AFK with Spike. Reported.
Oh, they're back. We're going mid again for some reason. Oh fuck.
Reloading. In sight. Reloading.
Enemy spotted mid.
Have a lovely lurk.
Shit, that's me. No! Thank you for the lurk.
Spike down mid. My they will cover. See nothing.
Oh, that's interesting.
What?
Going into Ember stopped this video.
Did it?
It stopped at 148 instead of 150.
Let them try to get through me.
Whoa.
Oh.
I'm getting uwus. You first, you first.
Maybe I should plug your Twitch. Could be a loyal follower.
No. I'm shy.
Wait, you talking to me or that person?
To the person.
Tell them about your Twitch.
No.
Take this.
Spike dropped.
Enemy spotted
Stand aside.
I got banged from behind.
I mean,
Go, go, go.
from behind? No! Welcome back, Jones. They're in our spawn
enemy remaining.
area. There's a sage there. Unless she died.
Gotta go.
Oh, for you, Sage?
I got. I'm out of here.
Man, I wish I had people doing things for me on Valorant. Man, I'm jealous.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
it's the voice. The voice gets them every time.
Should I plug?
No.
30 seconds left. Clutch.
Nice try.
Last round in the half.
Wait, what time is it
We
for you?
cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
6 p.m. Why?
Okay. I was like, what time are you drinking wine at? No, I said you first. Ooh. Oh god. Okay, go do good.
For you. I'm out of here. Oh. There. Enemy spotted mid. Satchel. Here comes the party.
They're flanked too, right? Oh fuck.
Spike down mid.
You will not kill my allies.
Got 3.
One enemy remaining. Ace.
Oh shit! Let's go, Lunar.
Please.
Clip, please.
Switching
Clip,
sides.
please. Nah,
This shit is so fucking funny.
It's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid
I have 0 kills, bro. What? Lunar just better for real. Clip, please. I need that as a soundbite still. But I need it like tripled, you know? Like how how Lunar did heal me. Heal please, heal please.
I don't think
Clip,
it'll be the same. Clip, please.
Thank you
As,
for the
like, you know,
follow. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi crew. Yeah. No, that one was a really good one. You're so better than my
but
BF. Oh
but
damn.
like, you know, like you know the meme like.
But
Moin,
Lunar
moin,
can
moin,
like be your BF. No, you can't. Oh,
mid.
my tracking's really, really slow right now.
Spike down B.
You fought well.
Last player standing.
I got 1 kill finally.
Nice, nice. Got your 1. God.
Oh, the teabag? Fuck.
I try the Marshall? I've never used this Marshall. Well, no, that's not true. I've
Hi,
used
Pander.
Marshall
How's it
before.
going?
Poggers, bitches.
You're first. You are. Totally.
Need a drop. Breaks over.
Barrier created.
Enemy B.
Cutting their vision.
Enemy spotted B. Nailed it. Try again.
Last
No,
player
not the
standing.
crouch.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, so close. So close.
Match point.
My advice: don't get shot.
I hate going A, honestly. Oh god, I got a friend request. Oh god.
From who?
Ooh, girl.
I bet it's like a 30-year-old guy. 40-year-old
Probably.
guy with a neck beard.
Did you want me? I'm a wall. Should I wall? I'll wall
Go
like
for it.
this. Oh, they broke wall.
They're coming. Okay. Wonderful.
Enemy mid. Breaking that. Breaking that. Careful here. There. Enemy spotted mid. My ult's ready. Back off.
Wow. 138 and 120 on Sage and Breach.
Spike down A.
You will not kill my allies.
Ugh, she walled.
That's good, because now they can't push through there.
Can't use this yet.
There.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
You didn't know she could pop up top?
No, I did, but I knew there was a second one.
GG guys.
GG's.
GG's.
So it was like, which one? Let me give you a
I
shout
played a
out.
comp game today where there was like 0 comms and it was quite nice actually.
I know, I think you don't like comms, honestly.
tap out
I think you
first-
like silence.
I like peace and
The whole
quiet.
case of Dr. Pepper.
Is that B
You
sweet?
get you
that
get
I
to
see?
choose the flavor.
Or
But
is that Leo? Pizza. Never mind.
if you tap out first, you gotta eat a whole
God,
bag.
you know what happens when I start drinking? I start eating. Thanks,
Oh,
Kimchi, for that.
sorry.
No, I haven't eaten anything today, so I should eat something. Does Portillo's have chicken nuggets?
I don't know.
No, they have chicken something. Chicken tendies, they do.
Okay. We'll play like one more and then we'll do an unrated. I'm still pretty cold though. Is Grassy joining us? I think Grassy might be joining us.
I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting Grassy. Excuse me.
Grassy used to stream while still in school, like high school and then college time now, so it's like busy.
Holy shit. Would you pay $33 for jumbo chicken tenders, 20 pieces? No.
23 pieces for how much?
Match found.
$33.
No, that's too much.
It's just chicken tendies, man. I mean, they're tendies, so they're kind of big. They're not like nuggets. It's like 3 nuggets in one, so like...
It depends. Are they like seasoned with anything, or like are they flavored,
Oh,
or
yeah,
are they fucking plain?
They're breaded and they come with sauce. Yeah.
Oh, then yeah.
$33? Really?
For 20 pieces?
I guess.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because then sometimes it's like 6 pieces for like $10. You know what I mean? Granted, usually it has fries, but it's still, yeah.
Yeah, 6. Yeah, I guess so. It is like economical, but $10 versus $30 is a huge difference. That's like a Valo skin, dude. That's many.
You relate everything to a fucking Vala skin. It kills me because you don't have any. But like that could be a Valo skin.
Only with you.
Bitch
Only
doesn't
with you,
have
because
any.
I know you look at Valo skins like all the time.
Only because it's fun. I think it makes the game. I like aesthetics, so you know. How's everyone's day though? How's everyone doing? How's everyone's Saturday? Dude, it's Saturday.
Fucking ISO. I look just like him.
Hired you? Or you could just cosplay as him?
You know, I've always wondered how to become a voice actor, you know? Like, do I need to...
Make samples?
Take I'm shy. I'm
shy.
like the girl. I'm shy.
I'm super shy. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm being a nuisance today, aren't I? Ugh.
Why?
Nothing. The e-girls on the other side. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, bye.
Time to jump. Destabilizing.
What's going on, Don Leo?
Our spike is down.
What the fuck?
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Last player standing.
Let them try to get through me.
I'm not used to her voice lines either, because I usually have all of that turned off.
Who?
any of the characters. Probably buy the Bella Press. What? Oh, yo, hop on, Leah. Come play with us.
Yeah. Why are you being a stranger? Come.
I only have one spot reserved. I have to leave open.
For who?
Bleb, my duo.
Oh.
Cutting through. Breaking them.
Dizzy's up.
Getting sight.
Right there.
Focusing.
Barrier created.
One of my, really?
Reloading.
What's Spike?
Me, I didn't know.
Light planted. Parasite. My ult ready.
Where are they?
Last
Oh,
player
behind.
standing. One enemy remaining.
1v1, if you lose, you get kicked.
Clutch or kick?
Clutch or kick, baby.
I don't know how to use the fucking bulldog.
Well, that's a teleport. He's right there.
Saw you, Mosh.
Oh!
Kick. Report this dude. Wait, no, maybe did he clutch? Did he clutch?
We'll be on soon? Okay.
He did.
Oh, nice clutch.
Nice. Let's go.
If it were
Let's
easy.
go. I thought she just wanted to kick him. No.
Nah, I'm gonna kiss this man.
Oh god, no. Beautiful.
It helps that he's Gecko, like the best looking like male character in this game.
Break them.
Other than Yoru.
Oh god, bro.
Decoy.
I mean ISO King, of course.
Reloading. Cutting
My
through. Show me
ultimate
a
is
target.
not wall raised.
Run, little man.
Stopping fire.
Shot my wingman. I'll take it. Spike
I
down
have to
B.
spike. Cutting their vision.
Right there.
Flank. Jet.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Yo, watch your flank.
Last player standing.
Wow.
I'm sad.
got-
That was so bad.
They got
I don't think we
wrecked.
should go B, dude.
Last
B's
round
not
before
it.
the switch.
Bro, what's the point of this like wall thing? Like, I pushed up and there was like nowhere to go. I think I've used it wrong.
So if you just need to create space, that's basically it. Like, let's say you see 3 of them and you need to create space, so you'd pop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just sucks that I only get 1. I wish I got 2.
Get out of my way.
I mean, the vulnerable is pretty good.
I have to spike.
Many enemies.
Spike down A.
I didn't expect all of them to peek. Holy shit, it's crazy.
I'm back.
Yoru's just like fucking running around, not helping. As usual.
He can't help.
It's you and me.
Did he
He
get
took the
the
decoy.
clone?
Yeah, he took the clone.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Why is he looking at the floor? Look up! Oh! Woo! Valid team practice. Yes, yes.
Switching sides.
Yes, yes.
Bro,
The
this
dimensional
fucking
fabric here is thin.
Yoru
I'll
sucks
tip.
ass. Can't believe we were like below him.
Oh. I mean, like, I'm not hitting any of my shots, but it's probably because I didn't warm up very well. I usually do, like, deathmatch and stuff, too.
Dust goal. Alright, I'm gonna follow the example of the video and use a sheriff. See if that works.
Maybe if I sit up, you know? Squad quiet A. It's probably B.
Fuck! I'm looking at the mini map, not the map.
Last player
No!
standing. Spike planted.
Toasty.
Oh fuck. We're getting swept.
Yo, Alphamess is
Match
such in our
point.
game. Why is he suddenly
Once more
good?
into battle.
Who?
I'm not tired. Are you?
They're Rays.
Do I want donut or do I want... I don't know. What do I want? Donut?
Hot dogs?
Hot dogs?
Hamburgers? Churros?
Barrier created.
Ice cream?
Tacos?
On me, B.
Bro, I need to start paying attention to the game.
What? Who does that? I thought we were just playing for fun. Oh shit, they're all there.
The hunt begins. Last player
Does
standing.
this man really save on Swift Play?
30 on Euro.
Is this unrated?
They're all tagged for a
No,
bit.
it's not.
Opponent killed.
Oh my god, why am I lagging?
Oh.
Attackers win.
It's you and me.
Damn. That was crazy. Intense.
That didn't happen.
Yeah. Erase that from your memory. Thank you.
Clip, please.
No. I got 2. That's better.
Nice. Can I make a charity for my own benefit and get a $100 donation if I win this tournament?
What?
What? I could use some
What?
charity. Feed Park. Oh, that's my last name. Whoops. Feed Junior. That'll be
Wait,
the
you're supposed
charity.
to... God, stop. Wait. Okay, let me do a death match real quick. Do you mind, or...?
I don't mind.
Okay.
I'm just here for a good time.
Good time.
So to sign up, we need a 5-stack?
Yeah.
Yo, I'm if anybody wants to pick me up, pick me up.
I could probably help. So... Let's see. The Val charity
As long as I'm
tournament
not
thing.
on Kimchi's stream, because Kimchi is a moderator and she's probably gonna hack.
I'm not playing. I'm commentating.
Oh, thank God.
Match found.
I'm commentating. So, yeah.
Who's gonna be your co-host?
It's Brad.
Oh.
He's actually
You get
really
rid of
good at commentating.
Yeah. He's as knowledgeable as Landa, but not as talkative. I appreciate it. He doesn't have that crackhead energy that Lando. Oh, Lando has a special place in our world.
In our world, oh my god.
We love Lando here.
We love them both. They're both very different.
But if you were to ask me, who do I want to be stuck in a car with between Lando and Fred, I would pick Fred.
Until we prove them wrong.
Fight.
It's now or never.
Oh, what the fuck? I think my button's
the
sticky.
fuck?
I think my button's sticky. What the fuck is this bullshit? Do you see that? It's scoping in and out. I'm not doing that on purpose.
Oh, you're Harbor. Don't shoot the KJ. Okay, that's me.
Got there, Phoenix.
Dominating.
I didn't even hit him once, bro. Lies.
Yeah, lag is huge.
It's probably wherever we're playing at right now. Where are we? What is my ping? Yeah, my ping's 100.
Can we leave this match without any repercussions?
I don't know, actually. Oh, fuck. Everything is going crazy. The fuck?
Yeah, you can leave.
Can I?
You won't be able to reconnect and you will not receive AP or XP for this match.
Okay.
Oh my god, there's so much sugar in this wine. Ooh.
What kind?
I don't know. I think it's a Cabernet.
Oh, it's because we're playing in Virginia. Why? There you go. You'll have best ping now.
Why are you playing in Illinois?
Only because it's better for like everyone who plays in general. Like it's not
Feels
that
like
bad
Illinois
for
is
me.
like the place to be. Everybody should just move here.
Yeah?
know?
Yeah? Is that what we
Yeah.
need to do?
Yeah, everybody just needs to move to Chicago.
Mm.
Am I wrong? Hello?
I do have friends
Have you
there.
been?
Found.
No, I want to go. I
Have
have
you been to
friends there.
Chicago? Why haven't you been to Chicago?
Your girl lives in Cali and is crazy expensive. I can barely afford a vacation.
I have a car. Just drive.
How
Oh my
long?
God.
Okay, how long would it take me to get there?
Warm up.
It would take so fucking
Probably,
long.
like, 2 days.
What if I practice headshots only?
Kimchi!
Oh, was that you?
Don't shoot the rain now.
You can't. I can't control who I end up shooting. Can
I'm
you?
always Reyna, and you're always gonna be Sage. So if I see Sage, I'll just not shoot, you know? Oh my god, my flicks are so bad as the op.
Oh fuck. Ah! I don't have aim right now. I have negative aim.
We're in warm-up, so don't sweat it.
Wait, what the fuck? Why does it keep doing that? Bruh! Is web. How are you doing? How's dinner?
Oh,
bread.
I just saw the tournament is going to be a 5v5.
Yes.
Is it because we get a lot of people
No.
sign up?
That's what people chose.
Even with numbers, anything
that
can
was-
still happen. Remember
I guess
that.
I wanted to do 3v3s, and then everyone else wanted to do 5v5s.
Through the
I
storm.
thought it was 60
Sorry,
points.
leader.
I thought it was 60 I thought it was like 60-40 favoring 2v3.
Nah, it changed. It flipped. It flipped.
You flip it. Oh.
Eliminate.
You flick, bitch.
Eee! Oh! Winner, I can't control when I like choose not to shoot, you know? I just shoot. I see red.
One dead.
No.
Bro, I suck with the op. Hello.
Good practice though, yeah. I need to turn the game volume up again.
Got it.
I can't hear anything. Okay,
Got 2.
let's go.
Got 3.
I do shoot all the guns like it's a guardian, huh?
Oh.
I quit.
What do you quit?
Do you know what's in my shop right now?
Show me. Honestly.
The Mage Punk Electric Blade.
So you can't get it?
Switch. The Switchblade. Not the other one. Or sorry, the Electro Blade, the knife. Not
Oh, isn't that the second time you've had that? Oh, hey Lunar.
it's the third time I've had it. I've had it 3 times. One time in my the one
But
time
that's
you're-
not the one you want though.
I want the butterfly knife. The butterfly. Where the E's? I don't know my ABCs apparently. Oh yeah, it's M. Yeah, the spark switch. That's the one that I want. That's the one that you have. The spark switch. I had it in my night shop last time.
You didn't get it?
No, I didn't. 'Cause I got Spider-Man. My ping is fucked for some reason.
I'm not hitting any of my shots.
Omen killed.
The fuck? What kind of glitchy... Ugh. Is it my mouse or... Like, what the fuck's happening? I hate this guy so much. Literally standing in the middle of nowhere, just shooting everyone.
Jet grounded. Enemy removed.
Kimchi!
Was that you? Lunar, why were you just standing there? First of all, you were hella too far. I couldn't see you.
Oh my god. Why would I not shoot you?
I'm sorry.
Again.
I'm sorry.
Jinger.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Good attempt.
Wait, I can't. Grassy, hey.
10
Okay,
kills
I'm
remaining.
looking. Hi, is it
I haven't seen this guy.
This guy? Or this guy?
the sky? Sky's literally mid. Lunar!
Okay, that was my bad.
Yeah?
I almost shot you. I'm glad I missed.
5 kills remaining.
I'm on my own.
Ah!
Okay.
Nope.
You're hella cut now.
Yeah, it's because I was yelling. Hi, Lunar, I'm sorry. Love you too.
What the hell?
I gotta take what I can get.
Shooting Lunar in the head and saying love you too is crazy, not gonna lie.
What? What do you mean it's
1
crazy?
kill remaining.
You know what's crazy?
I got
This
20
guy.
chicken nuggies!
Look at this crazy guy.
I can't. Oh, my head got taken off. Unfortunately, the person's name's unfortunately. Oh, Xander. Oh,
There's a
Welcome
Pokemon
back,
named
Angie.
Spoink. What the hell?
Spoink, yes.
Oh, what?
Yes.
You could say. Yeah, there you go. That feels good, doesn't it? That feels
Points,
good, doesn't
points, 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 points.
Does that feel good? Can't see him. But he's being a little cutesy guy.
Heal, please. Oh, heal, please.
He's like,
God, are you serious? The oh my god,
Heal?
are you serious? Heal? Oh my god, are you serious? Heal?
oh, watch, look at the guy, right? Look at him. Watch this.
Oh.
Bro, you drinking straight from the bottle?
Hell yeah.
Get a glass.
I don't have any.
What?
Oh my god, what?
Sin, welcome in. You're unlurking
Sin,
now.
gonna join
Let's
us?
go. I know, Sin, are you joining?
I need to add an unlock command. It makes that joke. It's gonna be a sin specific command. It's just unlock and it's welcome back.
Oh, you home? Does that mean you on?
Does that mean Valorant?
I'm not telling you to get on Valor.
Does that mean
But I'm
in-game?
also telling you to get on Valo.
It was my house key.
And voice chat.
Yeah, do that too.
Brett, are you streaming?
I will.
Okay. I'll add you to the... Oh, you're that home. I got it. Go back. What are you doing?
Getting free food, probably.
Yo, that's the best, not gonna lie.
I know. Oh my god, not having to cook
Is
Ugh,
the
fuck.
freaking best. So good.
Also, I was watching your VOD from yesterday.
Which one?
Happy birthday.
Yesterday's.
Uh-huh.
Of the Atlas Trials.
Yeah.
Lando perfectly explained. Lando left the Lando character. Perfectly explained what an abdominal migraine was and went right back to being Lando.
I know. I was like, wait,
It was
what?
stupid.
It was pretty
An
funny.
abdominal migraine is whenever your stomach gets achy, and it immediately goes to
Unrated? Oh, also you need you're either your voice mod's on or you need to unplug and replug. Mic. Oh, the fuck noises.
Wait, why is there no soundboard option? Hello?
Oh, on here? Because I feel like
Yeah.
people would spam weird shit. I need uninterrupted. It's my stream time. I'm in control.
Match found.
Wait. So I just read on your voice chat you need help gaining some traction for this. Is that
That was
still
that week.
true or no?
That was that week.
It's not true anymore.
Well, I mean, whoever wants to... I just wanted more of an interest check to double check that it could happen. There's enough interest... I mean, like, I wasn't sad, but I was kind of like, I want to do this, so, like, it'd be cool if, you know, people would like, join. But I mean, I only give a week for the interest check, so I wasn't expecting too much anyway.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Your guy is so big, I can't make it. I can't make it like a normal size, so it's taking up a quarter of the screen.
Wait, your birthday's on Monday, right?
It's just really tiny.
What do you mean?
Oh, no.
Your-
Lunar's... Yeah, Lunar...
Food attack, your thing is huge.
Yeah, just resize it, bro.
I can't resize you in particular. The
What?
thing is,
Kiki
I
did
can,
it.
You know what? I'm
but
going
that makes
to...
Kiki really small.
I'm going to take your profile picture and erase the background so that it's just the spaceship. That's it.
Or make just the moon with like the cutout of the spaceship around it.
If you do, could you give it to me and I'll upload it to the
PNG. I need to angle my camera up so you can
Oh, just send me the photo. To be fair, I thought I needed to have my team ready when I filled out the interest. No, no. You're you're gonna be here soon. You're gonna be here soon. Let's go, Leo. Leo's gonna join us soon.
Of course he does.
Yay! Actually, Leo hates me. He only likes.
Wait, you keep cutting in and out, Brad. Oh, you're typing. Okay. Who am I? Who are you? Oh, you're ISO.
Who are we? What are we?
Am I even real?
Real? Get real. You said I was still cutting in and out, right?
A little bit, but I think it's because you weren't talking to the mic. You were just talking. Ah, bleh. Oh.
Spike down.
I have the spike.
Bruh.
Last player standing.
Drinking wine on an empty stomach is a bad idea. Oh, Kimchi, hello! Oh my god!
I never knew what that sounded like.
Oh my god!
Sage, we're the perfect pair. You give life. I take it.
That was scary.
Going like this.
Oh my god.
Bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I'll put it in a pancake. Bacon pancakes, that's what it's gonna make. Bacon pancakes.
People cut it like halfway through the game. Get away from Marina. Get away from Marina. Keep running away from Marina.
Have a lovely lurk.
Hey.
That was so smooth. Thank you for the lurk, Angie. I appreciate it.
Feeling sight. Cover going out. Cover going out.
Pushing.
So I might play with you for a couple hours, for like an hour, and play with Sage just an hour.
Okay.
Healing.
And then go do something on my own.
Wall raised.
That way I can get for like an hour and a half with you, and an hour and a half with her. That would get a 3 hour stream.
Oh my god.
1 hour of each.
I literally have to buy this gun.
What gun is it?
Yours. Oh fuck, flank. Why didn't we plan?
Trading with me? I don't know. Mr. Omen man, why didn't we plan?
Has the spike.
Omen has his spikes. I didn't climb.
Oh, nice spike. Spike planted. Oh, you planted that. Good job.
Wow, imagine
I got you.
planting.
I avenged you.
It's growing roots. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
No!
Oh.
No!
Thank you, Leo. I appreciate it.
You know, Reina, highly dependent on your skill.
Nah, none of y'all are real. I made you all up. I'm a lurk, since I'm gonna be busy. Okay, for sure. Thank you so much for the lurk. Jones, even over this, I can't control the state and local federal taxes. Oh god.
Right.
I have our multi-stream open on my other page. Kimchi, did you just hit a Chad face?
What?
What's a chat face?
Yeah, please explain.
Oh, the chat face. I know what you mean.
Like,
The thing,
up,
the thing
up,
she
like,
always does when
emphasize
there's a
your cheek.
close-up reading. Right?
Does that not? What if that's
Basically.
my normal fucking face?
But you do the chat face.
You purposely make like you purposely blow up your lips. Is that what you're saying? Or blow up your cheeks on purpose?
Oh shit, that was sick.
Oh, nice.
You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
Bro.
Your duty is not
You know the bro. I think this game's recoil, bro. I had my gun locked in on a Sage's
Last
head,
round in the half.
and I shot and missed.
Imagine missing.
Wow.
I
Complaining about being bad in a video game.
Nice.
Get better, Bread.
What?
Everybody's
What?
bad at one point.
Hmm?
Huh?
Unexpected alligator noises?
I expected it.
Oh, that's cute actually.
She's
eyebrows on
better. Wait, what? I didn't see it. No. Wait, I turned Bread up way too much. Holy shit.
Let's go, Bread. You got the spike.
What the?
Well,
Spike down.
there
A.
goes that.
One enemy remaining.
I was like, I shot him twice in the chest. How'd he kill me?
Oh, last one left.
He left? Oh. What is this? What are you guys doing? What the hell is happening?
I was blinded by our
Oh.
friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Prime. Your one and only Prime sub of the month. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Passing by a slow
BRB? Any primers in chat?
Wave. By the way, Kimchi, I still have the multi-stream of you and
Why?
one of my tabs.
Why?
Yeah,
'Cause
why?
I turned off my computer last night. It was still open, and so I just have a half a multi-stream. I also have Angie stream the Twitch show open. I'm gonna say first as soon as she goes live.
Coming back.
Praise me.
Mmm.
Yeah,
No
that
limit gang.
Ang. Ow!
Focusing.
Fuck the classic, dude. So inaccurate.
Satisfying.
But it's a gun.
Last player
Fuck.
standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Angie has 99 followers.
999. Nice.
99 followers.
Whoa, how'd she get so big so quick?
She streamed a year before.
Aw.
And also does TikTok streaming too? I feel like that has a lot more traffic.
I mean, here's the thing: is she's had a TikTok before, and she's had
That was worrisome, Reyna.
What's a TikTok stream?
Wait,
before.
did Bread stop streaming?
So she's.
I think he like
well, she
streamed and
like
then
a year
stopped.
before this.
But I think
This is
he's
not the
gonna
first time
start
she streamed.
again after this game.
I just heavily encouraged her to start streaming, but she didn't, so I did it myself. And then she copied me.
I don't know. Your name is not praise me, so I'm gonna have to call fact check on that. Right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You like the counter argument?
Looks like heads are getting taken off.
But here's the thing, how much land does she? Name is Sir Bredius.
No!
Oh, Rain's dead.
One enemy remaining.
Never mind. Rain is
Spike
better.
down mid.
Nice.
My-
Noise! You're my 100th?
Match
Oh,
point.
yay!
enemy.
Noise.
It helps with accuracy.
Kimchi, were you not following Angie before?
No, it wasn't me. I think it's Sin.
Oh. Cynical. Making careers better since 1999. I don't even know if Sin was alive then.
Sin's birthday is on Monday. Wait, is your actual birthday on Monday? Or is it like sooner? I don't know.
Sin, when birthday? Oh, no. I thought it was Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday? Are you just having your subathon on
Bruh.
Monday? Oh, it's Tuesday. Okay.
Yes. She and I talked about this call. A while ago, I mean yesterday.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Defenders win.
You see, sometimes I do good. Oh, you're dead. Pocket save.
7. Monday night
100.
into Tuesday. Okay, I see. What games are you playing?
Technically I got affiliate only after Sin shouted me out. So.
Let's see.
Hang on. Wait.
Unrated? Wait,
No,
Leo, I think Leo's joining. I need to take this off.
I had to figure something out.
Brad came into my VC and I thought he was one of the voices in my head. Oh my god. Honestly,
Yeah.
same.
I joined and I just said, do it. Do it.
You know who's the funniest voice in my brain?
Lando.
Yes. The fucking funniest.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the best stream known to man.
That's wild.
I didn't mean to put you guys on waiting.
That's wild.
They can't hear you, so I mean.
Wild.
They can't hear you.
Me? Oh no, I'm not the funniest. Wow. Sin. No, wait, Sin, no. Sin, I love you. Sin, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah.
Leo, are you still here? He's like, he said, what did he say? BRB. I'm restarting my computer. I shall join soon. So how long is soon?
Soon. Like it's close.
Somebody called you out on that.
Okay, I guess we'll do another Swift then.
Bro, if you hate women, just say it.
Hang on. Can I grab that stream link real quick?
No, bro, if you
Okay.
hate women, look at him standing there hating women.
Guess we'll never know.
That way I can go to my chat.
Wait, I thought Jones was your mod.
Who's?
Pin.
Mine?
Manually unpin.
Yeah. I thought. Oh fuck.
Kimchi. Kimchi has to double pin the multi-stream.
I wanted it to be my pin and my chat.
Mine?
Yeah, so I can put it as my chat. That's it.
I'm just gonna lurk. I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm just gonna go lurk.
Oh, imagine.
I'm lurking Lunar now.
Okay. A mod for Sin, Leo, and G Brother. Who says it like that?
Don't make me unmod you.
Why not?
Can't lurk in Leo's chat, in Lunar's chat apparently. Jones can't lurk in my chat. Jones is not able to. Legally not allowed to lurk.
Why does yours do that sometimes?
If you lurk too fast, it just doesn't pop up.
Which bot are you using for the lurk?
I just use Nightbot, but there's not like a cooldown on it. It's just that whenever it's to prevent spamming, so you can't like spam lurk once every like 2 seconds. Just imagine it to do that.
That was my neck.
I heard that. I think it was... Oh my god, this guy's just like me. Except I deleted voice mod.
What voice mod?
I deleted voice mod.
You deleted your voice mod?
Yes, cynical. Yeah. Didn't work well. Made my voice bad. No way you got unmodded. Oh,
Wait,
I didn't get
what?
unmodded by anybody.
Is that your soundboard?
No, that's Neon's. Yeah, no, yeah. You know why I never get modded? Because I'm never a mod. Here comes the mod! Shouldn't you be a lot? Oh, Shouldn't you be live in 15 minutes?
What am I listening to right now?
On what?
Also, why does voice mod not allow us to not voice mod? What the fuck is wrong? Why does multi-stream
There's
not
truth
allow
in every dream. If you dig
somebody
deep enough,
to
let's find out what they buried.
look at all three chats at once? Because you can only look at one once there's whenever there's three people.
You can pop
Yeah,
out
that
everyone
is-
else's chat though.
It is annoying though. It's a valid point.
You can just pop out everyone's chat though.
Good point. But lazy.
Especially like if you mod a chat, because it doesn't have mod features on that, then you can just pop out everyone's chat but still use the multi-stream.
Oh my god, and he's the best. This clip, proof, definitive proof.
Brad, really?
Dude, I can't. I couldn't find. Sorry, man. I didn't ping fast enough for this one. That was my bad.
I'll find you.
Really, Brad? Okay. I
Shout
see
out
how it
Guthrie
is.
for you, yeah.
I see how it is.
Spike planted.
Fuck, my music's too loud. Brad, we're losing this one, by the way.
Not my. Oh, we were losing this one.
Yep, we're losing this one. You wanna know why?
Why?
I know why.
He didn't switch. Jones to be modding and
I'm
clipping,
watching.
clipping all the headshots, easy peasy.
And I'm watching Kimchi do nothing apparently.
What are they?
Got the
What?
injury.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh.
This kid doing something. I muted him, so I don't know.
I don't know. I can't tell. I muted too. No, nothing. Abandon the match? Okay, I guess. Slay?
Night butt. Night butt.
What do I
Also,
use
Angie,
for lurk?
My plan's to play for 1 hour with Kimchi, and 1 hour with you.
Remake? Hello?
1
Remake.
hour on Fortnite.
Remake.
That's
Remake?
That's a,
Hello?
Remake.
That's a girl. I thought that was just like a
Red
young
remake.
boy. I clicked remake. It says yes on my stream. Which one you didn't click yes?
Are you kidding?
I was about to say Kimchi just conveniently hit him, but it's not. I was wrong. Hang on, I'm about to clip that. I'm about to show definitive proof that I tried to remake.
Find you.
I should not have.
Mark one. They're blind with fear.
Spike planted.
God damn.
He's weak.
Last player standing.
Oh
I
boy.
was conveniently covered my chat. This looks really bad.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Alright.
But I clicked remake. Let it be known that I clicked remake.
Leo, are you on?
Leo.
Did you get to restart your PC already? You booted it up. Let's go.
Where are you?
Oh fuck, it bounced off into me.
Fucked.
Oh, it updated, I see.
Yo, these chicken tendies are off the charts. Oh my god.
Spike planted.
Satisfying. That makes 3. My ult is ready. Nightmare, take them!
Last player standing.
Where are you?
That was bad. Shit. There was no time anyways. Sin, go back.
Last
Go back.
round before the switch.
Go back.
User credits.
Go pick up your
They're doing the
PC.
same.
Go pick it all up. Bring it back.
Go to a PC bang.
Oh yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah. Why don't you use
sure,
remote
for sure.
play?
Good.
Remote play your PC.
Why don't you just come to Texas?
I'll find you.
Oh fuck, I can't throw it through that?
Monster on the loose.
Why are we playing so
Spike down,
space?
B.
So weird.
Why is no one on site? Why didn't we remake?
Bam.
If you're gonna remote play, you might as well play that.
Spike
You know
planted.
what? You're right.
It might be called Net Cafe, cynical.
Where are you?
Are you happy now?
Last player standing.
Damn. Ah, there's no PC bangs here. You can throw through the other arch window. Yeah, I can. I was hoping that I could do it through that side too, though. I didn't know there were footsteps to that.
Switching sides. Match point.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Ha ha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Bro, please release us from this. Oh no, I missed. There you go.
I voted yes.
Who's not voting yes? Like, one voted. Oh,
That
fucking
was-
finally.
Defenders
can't
win.
That was me.
Get reported, kid.
Damn. Reported? I'm ready. Let's go, Leo.
I can't with this game, man.
I was so close to catching Ponytail, but my shinks hit it. Ooh, that sucks. That sucks. How do I buy a butterfly knife? It's gotta be in your store. You gotta buy it.
How do I check my night market actually?
You wanna what?
My night market or whatever?
Your store? There's no night market right now.
Oh, okay.
When's the next night market? Let's check.
Also, Kimchi, those changes that we made, they did nothing.
The what?
The changes that we made did nothing.
For your stream?
Yeah.
You still experiencing like a lot of lag, or is it like
It's not lag.
minimal?
It's just frame skipping and severe amounts of ping.
You're hardwired, right?
Yeah. Who doesn't use Ethernet?
Lando?
I'm on
That
Wi-Fi.
makes a lot of. That makes a lot.
Wait, you are too?
You're streaming, playing Valorant on Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what are your specs? You might have to prioritize OBS.
Don't say it like that, McGregor.
You might have to prioritize OBS. Leo, where's my VC?
Leave your Swift Light be sweet.
Yeah, leave it.
When I think about you. But not this time. It's like choppy? Wait. It just might. Oh, wait. At least Shinx leveled up. I mean, you know. But you could have got a Ponyta. It's like choppy? What's choppy? Oh, Val's not playing right now because I tabbed out. Yeah, so that's what happens if you tab out. Bread stream. It might. I need to look at his specs. Cause I don't know if I'd have to look at his specs and his task manager. Oh, okay. My bad, my bad.
Hey, Valorant, raise man.
Leo, we're in my VC.
Oh, man.
2-1. Should we just wait till he's like done with his Swift? Leo! Leo! Leo!
Hi.
Is Leo. I'm actually president of Leo's fan club.
Oh, hey, Dylan. I was like, who? I was like, where do I know this name from? I was like, aren't you from Angie's chat?
I'm honored.
You should be, Leo. Everyone's honored to meet.
I have a fan club over.
Yes, you do,
Hey.
you do.
Can you not always come back, please?
Since when? Jones said since when? Oh god. Okay. We'll wait for Sweet to finish the Swift play. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Please let me do that. I'm not gonna. Dylan, open the multi-stream and ask them that again. You go ask like Kimchi.
Premiere? What's a premiere?
Because I don't eat dogs. I think we know this.
A bit.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna ask them that.
Yeah. Wait, how much is the bundle?
Immediately. No, I'm not mean because you asked me if I eat dogs.
Wait, Bredius, how much is a bundle?
They change prices depending on the price of all the stuff inside of the bundles. So like a bundle is the equivalent of L, the gun cost, and the knife cost. The difference is the bundle comes with shit. My game froze because I opened this stupid thing. The difference is a bundle is sorry. It's the price of all of the guns put together.
Okay.
And then you get the knife for free, and you get everything else for free.
So
What's
how
going
much-
on in your chat right now, Brad?
Don't worry about it.
Why is this dude being so stupid?
Dylan just is kind of stupid. Is kind of stupid. I didn't say that. You said that. Let it be known. Let it be known that I did not call Dylan stupid. And she might kill me for that. But I'm not mean. If you keep asking me if it's okay to eat dogs, Dylan. Oh.
Huh?
He's got this whole thing about like eating dogs.
Back to?
Don't worry about it.
What did I hear? Okay,
There's
anyways.
a kid in Brad's chat that's on the spectrum.
Look how fucking cute this is. Hold on, I'm gonna make the camera adjust. Look how cute this
The
is.
sad part is still he's
Look how
nappy.
fucking cute.
Is that why you don't speak?
Isn't this not the cutest thing ever? Holy shit.
Wait, so how much is that?
Kimchi's showing off her can.
That sounded wrong.
Wait, so 7,100 valor points is equivalent to how much money?
71.
Too much money.
Points is
Spend on a
equivalent
free-to-play game, Leo.
To 700 Valorant points is you know how much
My bad.
skin would cost? It's like it's a couple of those. So $50 will get you 5,350.
Bro, that was the best chicken tender that I've ever eaten in my life.
So worth?
So $70.
My God.
So it was worth
$70.
then.
There's an exact.
I didn't get 33. No, I didn't get like I don't know, how much 20 pieces. But holy shit.
Yeah, $70.
Jesus Christ.
We'll get you a little more than 700.
Sweet's almost done.
What drink did you get, Kimchi?
I'm not
It's
actually
obnoxious.
gonna drink this drink, but it is mango flavored. I don't know if it's a soda. It's just really, it's carbonated water. But it's so fucking cute. Sailor Venus is on it.
So it's sparkling water. Okay, cool.
And I have my last mochi donut. Leo's looking at buying the bundle for me. He's so sweet. That's what Sin said.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
He would.
Wait, what about me, Leo?
If I can afford it for myself, how can I afford it for you guys?
Cause you love your family and friends, and you would do it totally.
If there's a will, there's a way,
No.
Leo.
Shit,
a
if-
loan.
if
Take
family's
a loan.
involved, then I have no choice, honestly.
Sin said for my birthday.
Mmm.
Mmm.
Mmm. Those are some good tendies.
All right, chicken tendies or chicken nuggets?
Tendies.
Dino nuggets?
Dino
Or
nuggies.
chicken nuggets?
Dino nuggies.
Dino nuggets or chicken tendies?
Dino nuggies.
Really? But dino nuggets are literally the same thing as chicken nuggets, dude.
Dino nuggies. No, they're not. Do I need to send you the? You know what I do?
Do we need to have
I
a
do.
discussion?
Hold on.
I need
Look
an
at-
intervention.
Look at
Teach
Discord.
me the
Hold
ways
on.
of the dino nugget.
Sin,
Look
stop.
Look at your Discord. Look at your. I sent you a message, Lunar. I sent you a message.
Okay, Swift or unrated?
Dino Nuggy Supremacy.
I mean, that's a funny gift, but that doesn't make it taste good, you know?
Dino Nuggy Supremacy.
The best. I mean, it says it all right in the picture. I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly. You know.
Just look at it and listen to the Valorant music.
I only want 9 subs.
I need
90
to add.
subs.
We gotta animate this.
90 subs. He only wants 90 subs.
Does this actually move?
What?
Or is it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. It wasn't loading.
What?
Oh, that's
Wait, what?
hilarious. If you watch the GIF while it's moving, with the Valorant music, it's just hilarious.
If someone gives Kimchi 7k bits, she'll buy me the Valo bundle. Wow.
Wait, you can gift bundles in Valo?
Yeah. But if I give you 7,000 bits, will you buy and send me a bundle?
Who knows?
Yeah.
But if I give you 7k bits, would you get her the bundle? You can't say
Oh,
no.
early B-Day gift?
Maybe.
You totally do it, right? Do it.
Yeah, Kimchi.
It's a yes or
Yeah.
no question.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna fuck around and find out. I need to finish it.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to fuck around and find out.
No,
Match found.
I don't fuck around.
That's so funny.
Oh, he loyal, bro.
Oh.
Hey, wait.
He don't fuck around. He loyal. He's a one man guy. One man kind of
true.
guy. Himself and he himself and him.
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 I'm
yeah.
actually just- I'm
he
just-
himself and him.
I'm just.
Mm-hmm. He himself, him.
No, Jones,
He,
it
him,
says fi-
himself.
Sin said it's fine. It comes out of your.
Everyone is afraid of something.
So I did it.
It comes out of your pay is wild. The fuck.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a
Drop
tiger.
a 7k bit on Fatal Kimchi stream right now.
Brett, if
Eeny,
you
meeny,
don't,
miny, mo.
Brett, if you don't play Chambers, you're not that guy.
Yeah, you got a point, man. You got a.
What?
You're not him.
Exactly, you're that guy. You see, you're that guy now.
You've got a point. He's got a point
Exactly.
Oh my, this team comp? Hello?
What do we want?
What
What
are
do we
we
want?
doing here, please?
Bro, it's unrated. Just let's go.
Yeah,
Bro's
pick
going
whoever you
Brim.
like.
Bro's a Brim main, imagine.
So real, you don't get paid.
ISO main.
Oh shoot.
I start playing him soon. I'm so excited I got him.
Right foot pushes over here.
That event was really fun. It's easy. Just a grind.
Sweet. I got a question.
Hmm?
How many hours have you put into Valorant the last 2 weeks?
Probably
2.
no, like.
I wish I had a
months.
tracker.
40,
Too much? That was good.
Maybe less. It depends. I put a
Comedy
lot
is
of
all
time-
about timing.
But honestly, I've been putting a lot of time in SimCity right now. So
I need to be back on my
Since I got-
Valorant Sin. Let's play every night for the whole rest of the month.
No, rest of our lives.
she's afraid of turning pro. That's the problem.
She's
It's
afraid
okay.
that she's just too good
Rest
at
of
the
our
game.
life? This week?
She's
We're
just
playing,
scared.
we're
I'm
playing
down.
Valorant for the rest of our lives.
She's a variety streamer. She can't be a Valorant.
If
Wait,
y'all
wait,
don't think I'm
Wait,
bad,
Sin, hold
I'm
on, hold on.
here.
I'm muting. I'm deafening them. Sin, legit? Marry me in Valo? Bet. Sin, bet. Sin, bet. Ah! Sin, bet. I'm down. You don't know how down I am. I'm down. Wait, hold on. Let me give you a pretty ring, actually. This one? Will this one do? This one's pretty, actually. Hold on. It's all yours, baby. You can definitely introduce you in on chat. Down for what? She's marrying soon? What? We can't let them know? Oh, oh. It's a little hot in here. That's all yours, BB? That's great. Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going?
You're married.
What?
That's crazy.
Congratulations!
That's crazy.
Congrats.
Wait. We didn't even have our wedding date yet, please.
I'm telling Mina.
Huh? No, Mina knows.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Don't worry. Mina knows.
Oh. Oh, wow. Wait, no. Yo. If I don't load into this game.
Wait, no, that's wild.
You'll get here.
There.
Help.
Load me in.
Be sweet. Turn off Bishop talk.
Where are you?
Oh, my bad.
You sound insane right now. I'm not gonna.
Better?
There.
Yes, you sounded crazy.
Yeah, my bad.
There.
Is this unrated or?
Unrated. Fuck. No! One heaven.
Spike planted.
I'm counting up money for fun.
I saw that, Brad.
Last player standing.
Okay. I'll let that go watch my stream.
Return to dust.
The game stopped processing. 66.
Woo!
Thank you.
Money for fun.
The Phoenix killed the Reyna.
Waifu and Duo are different.
The battlefield changes with every play.
I hate playing Val on stream.
I wonder why it's so messed. I wonder why it's so messed up for you.
I only like playing mainly Outlast is like the only game that I have a lot of genuine fun playing while on stream.
You don't have fun playing Valor?
Yeah, why you play?
I was gonna say not on stream, but I really have.
Bro doesn't love us.
Where are you?
I like hate Valorant.
Holy shit, this raises crack.
Valorant as a game just sucks.
I see. I'm learning.
There's hella people B.
This Omen just taught me something.
We just hit 81.
Are they playing split right now or what?
Hey,
yeah, that's split.
They're on split.
You had 7 bullets left.
Last player
Wait,
standing.
oh wow. Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, first game.
I'm looking at my task
Spike
right
planted.
now.
It's okay.
OBS takes up too much.
Enemy down.
No! That first one should have hit.
Their phoenix shines on the outside, but within, I feel
NT?
MT.
Oh wait, hang on. What if I close metal? Metal is cooking my computer right now. Jesus Christ.
You have your task manager up or your temps? You have temps?
Holy shit.
Time to work.
OBS takes
Pimplup? Yes.
I could change. I can look at the process.
I'll find you.
OBS Studio is 100% my CPU being taken up.
That.
Yeah, it's not good.
That shouldn't.
It takes up 43%, not 20%. It's something's wrong.
Say it one more time.
Oh,
Bro, we're about to win this round. Yay!
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I can't, bro. It's 33%.
Let's go, Leo.
Was that you pissed me off.
Pimplup? You better
Sweet.
rename
That's
him
so
that.
crazy.
Pimplup.
Wow, Sweet. So
What
toxic.
happened? Did Sweet do the thing?
Bro,
What
what
are you talking about?
Bro, I killed somebody.
I got a Vanguard. I don't know what you're talking
Bro,
about.
bro ran up on them. Wait, Kimchi, where are you?
No, I know what he did. I know what Sweet does. It's because
Bro,
Sweet
it's
plays
so
games
funny.
where they do that all
Bro.
the time. Ain't that right,
Bro
Sweet?
ran- Bro ran-
Oh shit, too early.
Sweet, you're funny,
I'll
bro.
find you.
Oh, damn.
They're in here?
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Still waiting.
Flanking.
Enemy spotted B.
Bring them down. They're blind with fear.
Fuck.
One enemy remaining.
He's right there, Sweet.
Run! Oh, fuck, you weren't running.
We didn't have enough time.
Sim named him Pimplep? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Couldn't get around fast enough.
This is crazy. Sweet. Can you buy for me,
Anyone feeling
please?
generous?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this
Appreciate
an
it.
unrated kimchi?
Yes.
This is ranked, guys.
Why are we playing unrated?
I asked and everyone said anything. So please step off.
Wow,
I
just
can't
got-
play an unrated
wow.
on stream. I'm gonna fucking die.
What do you mean? You've
One
never told
gunshot
me
and my-
that.
One gunshot, my game freezes for 12 seconds.
Ooh, get wrecked.
Bro, every single time I play Valorant, it has to be a one-shot, one
Spike
kill, or I
planted.
shoot and the game.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Is that because it's unrated and not like Swift play?
No,
Or-
but if I
All
play
I
unrated,
hear are
it goes on.
excuses.
I know. Just get better, Brad. God, it's simple.
Have you not seen me play on stream?
No, it's your PC.
I don't know. It's here's
Blame
the
the
thing.
PC.
I want to
Is
see
it
your specs.
Do you want to see my specs?
Yeah.
OBS takes up triple the amount of CPU.
Yeah, but there's a reason for that though. So we'd have to.
You'll look into it and maybe.
Where are you?
That doesn't make sense, to be honest.
Valorant.
OBS shouldn't use that much resource. No,
Valorant,
even with Valorant,
13%.
even with it.
Valorant 12%. OBS 40.
My ult is
Yeah.
ready.
It spikes too. It'll do that for sure.
Well, yeah, it's at 68%. Whenever I'm playing the game, it jumps to 100.
Oh, they're by my wall. Go and see for sure.
Spike
Actually, whenever I
planted.
click onto Valorant.
Come on.
Night.
Nightmare, take them!
Oh wow, I have 5 HP left. Thank you.
Hit them both 40.
Last player
Fuck
standing.
my life.
Up heaven.
Your foe has 30 also.
Your duty is not over.
One enemy remaining.
That's a fire crosshair.
Oh my gosh.
Run.
Their stall is on point right now.
Damn.
Please do not mistake my smile. I take this all very seriously.
Low client FPS? Please, get out of here.
What about your? I don't think it's your Val settings. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to change that for you.
Bro, Sweet, you're so funny.
I don't know what to do.
Where are you?
Let's see.
Bring them down.
Bro has a fucking Aries.
Oh yeah,
They're not
monster on
Aries,
the
Odin.
loose.
Oh my god,
Last
no!
player standing.
Oh fuck! I didn't press it.
He suppressed me and knifed me. It's so rude.
Spike
That's what I
planted.
get.
together.
Time to ace.
Is your
She's still
crosshair
gunning
change
for
for
ya.
different guns, Kimchi?
No.
Oh.
They're A, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
That raise is good.
Is a raise carry? Yeah.
What must be done.
They know what they're doing.
We're better. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I have like 30%.
What is in my
all
bio? I
background
have an
processes.
all links button. Oh, that must be a timer thing.
They are mine.
Are even your Fortnite streams like that?
Yes, they
I'll
are.
find you.
Because OBS.
Fuck.
51%.
Try Nice shot, thank you. Look, try Twitch's Studio Beta.
That works.
And that might use less resources than OBS because everything's a little more integrated through the Twitch platform itself.
Here's
Like
the thing.
dashboard.
Twitch Studio sucks.
No, it doesn't.
Spike planted.
I use it. It's nice. This,
wow.
It's simple. That's what it is.
See, Kim should have a name for that. It's
Last
called
player
Shitty
standing.
Shit.
OBS is more customizable. Like you can do anything you want, really.
Play comms?
Headshot.
Team Ace.
If I look dead at a wall, do I still get blinded?
I don't know. Maybe?
Okay. Let's test it out.
Depends on who's flashing you.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
No.
Okay.
Oh, you do, but it's the effect is weaker.
Okay.
Take him out.
You think that'd be sly?
Let him come out a little bit.
Okay, here's the thing, is that it works better, but it just doesn't. It can't go any higher.
I gotta snipe more.
Last player standing.
The problem is, like, Valorant suffers because OBS can't go any higher. Or not OBS, because my CPU can't go any higher.
Spike planted.
He blinded himself. Good try, good try.
Like, my GPU is fine. My Ethernet disk is fine. My memory
There's
is
no
fine.
need for the
my
enemy to
CPU
suffer.
is
Do you have
dead.
your overlays
them fast.
offloaded to
Yeah.
internet, or are you doing it on your hard drive?
It looks like it's probably the internet because my disk is using almost nothing.
It do so well until
Or
the
my hard drive's doing
Cranidos, then it came. It can double hit out of
Where
nowhere.
are your overlays stored?
I can check. I don't remember where I put it.
So it's on your hard drive. So
Probably.
OBS has to retrieve that every single time you're using it.
I'll find you. Marked one.
Spike planted.
I want to kill this Phoenix so bad.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Fucking raise. I couldn't get her either.
Their death demands our attention.
Damn. I'm broke. I'm so broke. Mm. Okay, maybe I sit up straight.
Their fears betray them.
I can buy for you.
Ugh.
I'll find you.
What?
Yeah, okay.
What?
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
Oh.
Spike planted.
I see why Deadlock is kind of not great anymore. Like, they can improve her ult a little bit, and it'll be pretty viable.
Enemy removed. My ultimate is ready.
What is he doing?
Opponent
What an
killed.
idiot!
Your duty is not over.
Who killed me?
One enemy remaining.
No.
Fucking Leo AFK'd.
For real.
No, I didn't. What do you mean?
Last round in
Why are
the
you just
half.
standing there?
Spend
You got
everything.
rezzed.
Hoarding money
Oh,
is useless.
I'm sorry.
He didn't know.
Well, Lunar
I'm not
also
mad.
didn't
It's
say
okay.
anything.
Who needs equipment? Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler.
It's all good.
Thank
it's
you.
Just a
I'm gonna get this Phoenix. I'll admit it, I'm sending a little bit, I'm sorry.
Focus now.
Hmm.
Get close every time.
Nightmare, take them!
Oh, A again.
Mark 2, bring them down. Bring them down. We found one. They're blind with fear.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Lunar, it's all you.
I will not die here.
Damn. Fletcher kick.
Switching sides.
Granados gets first hit, makes Pimblip flinch. Oh my god, I can't. Next hit, flinches again.
Hold on.
No! You can do this.
Did I get res?
No.
Okay, okay. It ended like on, for some reason, on my body. Like the camera went to my body as if I was the last one to die. It was weird.
Whatever Royce's gym leaders.
Remember the spike?
Yeah.
Like whenever the spike explodes.
So who are you talking to, Leo?
What do you mean?
No, I just think, I think you're talking to someone. Who are you talking to these days,
Me?
I hit
Oh,
Raze
man.
55.
Me, myself, and I, brother.
Brother,
Mid.
who are you talking to?
What do you? My friends, my family.
For
My
sure.
Valorant mate.
Raise.
For sure, Leo.
Yeah.
Wait, Valorant? Okay, figure it out.
Damn.
Okay,
Leo.
I fixed the
Hi.
problem. OBS still takes up hella space, but I closed. I
Gecko's
edited
gone.
the task metal.
Oops.
So now it only gets up.
On
to
One
Spike?
enemy remaining.
Metal took
Metal-
up 2%, and now
Your
it
tactics
only gets
failed.
up to 96.
Reloading. Yeah,
there's a
so
2%
metal was
problem.
probably one of the reasons, honestly.
They have courage.
Well, the thing is, metal
But
didn't
no one
change
is
how much OBS takes up. OBS still takes up.
No, but
almost
it's
everything.
using your PC's
Well, yeah, it took up 6%, and
Memory
then now
either
that
way.
I edited it, only OBS, not OBS, my CPU only maxes out at 96% now instead of 100. So OBS finally gets to work.
You know, Lunar, you question me, but who you talking to, huh?
Ooh?
OBS is still
Ooh?
No one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm focused
I
on the
heard-
game.
I heard there's a
off the game,
missing
talk with my
Lunar
girlfriend.
in the work.
2 flank.
Come on, come on.
Wouldn't-
2 flank.
Wouldn't it be Mrs.
Raze and Omen.
My guy didn't drop it.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Nice try.
Nah, you had the right idea. That Owen was coming first.
Oh!
Wow,
Match
he
point.
pulled the sweet
Combat is a
maneuver.
means to
That
an
wasn't
end,
me.
He's
and
going
we
to.
are the means.
That was a little aggressive.
Y'all's wild.
At least
Wow.
Y'all are hella wild.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Leo, look, it's us.
Huh? Wait, what?
jump them.
It's us!
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What the? Bro, what the f- Oh my.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
You got this week. Damn,
Reyna,
sweet.
fuck the
Damn,
Reyna.
respect the 1v1.
One enemy remaining.
Thank you,
Your
sir.
duty is not
Brad,
over.
you see the clutch or kick?
I'm up. Shit.
Get this asshole.
For
Clutch
you.
or kick?
Yeah.
Oh!
It's technically not a clutch. Yeah, in that case, it's a, hey, 96%.
Idea. Again. Their fear
There
is
we
a
go.
track, and the track is fresh.
You know what's sad? You know what percentage
Me?
OBS
What? No.
Yeah. You know how much Valorant needed? It needed that 2%. That was it, because Valorant would max out at 29% of my computer space. And
That'll do it.
Well, can't do anything, and now it's 31%.
Who will I
It
spot
runs
first?
Smoothly. For once.
I'll
That's
find
why I'm
you.
trying music.
Bring them down.
Find us for sure.
Target spotted A. Bro. I hit Raze 22. Nice, nice.
I always thought it
Never
was, like,
mind,
an
not
internet
nice.
Issue, but my Ethernet is straight
That
shit.
hurt.
Spike planted. Time to jump.
Shit. I mean, Grace is destroying me right now.
Last player standing.
I.
Wow.
I come back for
Defenders
2 rounds,
win.
get 4 kills.
First
I'll do
hit,
better
it
next time.
one shot.
I also
Don't
will
worry,
do
coach.
better next time.
I wish I could one
Sorry
shot.
about that, coach.
One day,
Can
one day
we
I'm a
make
one
the
shot.
lowest ranked person the party lead, so we get
Who's the
I
lowest
always-
ranked person?
Me. I always thought it was an. I've always said it.
Oh, Leo, I think.
Does Leo even have a rank? Did you play rank
Yeah.
this?
Oh, wait.
I've always said it's a like Ethernet
I
problem.
got no clue.
But
This
my
gym is
Ethernet
cringe?
Unranked. Straight chilling right now.
Yeah, don't do unranked then. You could get
I'm
like
in-
fucking ascendance.
I'm in Iron 2. So I guess it won't make a difference, really.
Why did Leo leave?
Wait, I left? I don't. My Valo is acting stupid.
Oh, you got bluted.
Blooted. After I lose, I'm gonna level everyone else up. Reina Kate. Sin, that's wild. Why is my camera so like up there?
Yeah, give
Can
it
I
to
make it
be
go?
sweet.
Can I make it go?
What are we doing?
Whatever.
Whatever
You're
you
muted, by
like,
the way.
honey. What? Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
But,
I was talking to chat, my
do-
bad.
Do us a
What?
favor and unclick Virginia from your server choices.
Do you want to put Texas also or no?
Up to you.
Yeah. What do we want to do? Swifter or another unrated?
Let's do Swift so we can
Yeah, we gotta plug
get
our
a little
Twitches.
warm. What?
Cool off. Get back on fire.
What if I plug the multi-stream? That is not as bad, right?
Match found.
People are gonna be like, what the fuck is this link, bro?
It's
And then they're gonna click in and be like, oh, it's like a bunch of streamers. They have friends. Oh wow, I'm jealous. I wish I could be friends with them.
Lunar, are you trying to make viewers jealous of you?
Who?
Are you trying to make your viewers jealous of you?
No.
You just never mind. Uh-huh.
Oh, for real?
I am both shield
Uh-huh.
and sword.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Where's Mystic? Who is Mystics? What is Mystics? New Snow? What does that mean? Why does Jotaro Kujo sound familiar? Is that an anime character?
Yeah, JoJo's.
Jojo? Yeah, Jojo something.
Kujo's the last name?
Yeah, yeah. I barely know that.
Jojo.
I'm still watching Totoro tonight. I don't care. What spirit?
They're supposed to be on Friday nights now, but
Okay.
nobody went last time, so I just canceled it. I was like, fuck it.
That's true. Last time we didn't really. We just kind of sat there and talked the whole time.
No, I wasn't even no, I streamed. That was yesterday. What?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you mean the first
yesterday?
time? The first time.
Yes, I thought it was
Yeah.
a great time. Like you said, no one joined.
Wait, did I stream
for that one?
I streamed yesterday.
Yesterday was weird.
Lunar did not stream yesterday because Lunar said everyone's streaming right now. And then you ate hella food.
Oh
He was
yeah.
hungry.
You did.
Yeah.
You ate a lot of food yesterday.
He was hungry.
Yeah. See, I got good memory sometimes. Depends.
I was making money.
JoJo reference,
Driving.
yeah.
Now you can spend that money on me, Zaddy. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. If you buy me if you drop
Money for fun?
7,000 bits on my channel, I'll buy Leo a bundle.
Fight well. This all
Somebody can
depends
do
on
it.
Biggie bag bundle.
I'll take that too.
Money for fun.
Well, I want to go see. Go see with Lunar.
She's here.
Beautiful.
Oh, for real, perfect.
Very good.
That was. Gimpy. Gimpy.
I was thinking we don't do that anymore.
I think it's just being dramatic.
One's in B. One's in garage.
God, I'm trash.
How? I hit her in the head with a 4 neon.
I saw that.
I hate classics.
Spike planted.
At least I didn't waste any utils.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Sir?
Team A.
What?
That bot hit me 95 and I was so panicked.
That was some crazy move.
Combat is
that
a
Race
means
was
to
doing.
an end.
Race was doing some weird ass movement.
Yeah, that was a weird bounce though.
We're gonna go predict something.
I'm still cold. I'm still cold.
For sure. See, this is why I don't play on ratings. You see, I said I was gonna play with you for an hour. An hour ends in 3 minutes.
Oh, why are you still playing? We didn't even trade.
Because he
No,
loves
I
us.
No, I've changed it to an hour and a half because I was like not paying.
No. You said an hour and a half first, then you said an hour, and then you said an hour and a half again.
Yeah, I'm going back
Make
to an
up your goddamn mind.
hour and a half.
You think this is funny?
No, I just wasn't paying attention for a part of it. Hey, he's right there. Now they're all three right there.
I got my one.
Last player standing.
By the way, Kimchi, I don't know if you remember this, but a couple days ago.
I probably don't
planted.
remember it if it was a few days ago.
I was listening to music and you joined in without me noticing.
Oh, listening to your music?
Yeah.
Oh, what about it?
I was sitting in a call with Angie and them. I looked down, and I just saw your character. There. I was like,
Holy shit, Lunar's better.
Making cover. No charges.
One enemy remaining.
Better.
Oh shit!
Lunar is just better.
Close.
Ace?
Nah, 4K. Close enough. Though.
Oh, thank you so much, Google. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Now that was a fight.
Spider takes as many Moogles as he can with him to the shower and bathes them all. And then he fluffs them.
Gun here.
Wait, hold on.
What was that? Moogle, what was that?
This fight
I would explain myself, but I can't. Okay. I hope you step in a puddle. That's wild.
No distraction.
You know what? I need tools here to tell me to lock in.
Lock in?
Let's fucking go, Lunar. So better.
You just said that in my head too?
I killed the wrong person.
Spike down mid.
This raise. I really don't like them.
Here.
No, it's so much better when Tools does it.
Barrier created.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
That scared me. Fuck.
That's what I'm saying.
Thirty seconds left.
I'm making noise so you can flank.
Weapon here.
Nice.
Just give me a moment.
Oh, that was so bad.
Hey, got the kill though.
Can't
Last
use this
round
yet.
before the switch.
User credits.
Hey, River.
They're doing the same.
Oof, that was close. I know I whiffed so hard.
You coming in from Angie's stream? How is she doing? They win. Gotta check if they're winning.
Oh, look, there's a map
I
there.
wanna block that spot. Or are you gonna Kim?
I got garage.
I'm probably gonna join them soon. If they're not in a 5 sec at that point.
Destabilizing.
Wall
They are
raised.
now, so. rest of the stream.
Oh my god.
It's because I only like playing with people on Valorant.
The hunt begins.
So like, if I get, so like, I
Spike
just
down,
can't
B.
stand the game.
Shit.
I just like being around people. So like, I
One enemy remaining.
My ult's
Ray's
ready.
might come from Link or Courtyard, I don't know. But she was at lobby.
Do we have bomb? Oh, we do. have
Yeah,
bomb.
we do.
Yeah.
Finding her.
Our side, I guess.
Nice.
Nice.
This game's so much better whenever it runs smoothly.
Switching sides.
I bet.
Imagine. Sorry.
We won because we were focused. Keep that.
I feel the pain though. I don't.
Did you do? Did you have a similar problem?
No. Never.
I
have a beefy PC and
I
really good
have.
internet, so.
In the past.
Oh,
I've
it's
had
not my
that
internet.
same
It's
problem.
my PC's also beefy. It's just that something's wrong with OBS.
You might have
It's the
to.
amount of- it's a resource issue. Something's going on with the RAM, maybe, or
Yeah, because
just
I
the
put
way your
it's-
motherboard's allocating
thought it was-
memory.
Hi, Stone River. How's it going?
Honest,
But
if you offload
Gamers, it's go time.
OBS overlay stuff to the internet, you'll be fine.
That
Yeah,
might
it is
be
different when
honestly,
Tools
I'll
does
try
it.
that and see.
Stand aside.
if you want to show me that like after this game or after the stream.
Breaking them.
Oh shit, his teammate was there. Wasn't anticipating that.
One enemy remaining.
Better.
He had a classic
Where was he?
For you.
blank. Sorry, I forgot I had spike.
Movement.
I don't know where Harper was.
Here. Watching here.
River, do you stream?
A short.
Sewer. Got him.
What? I can't get a headshot. Holy shit.
It's Maya. Now get out.
Good job, Leo.
Match point.
I could activate training mode if that's more their skill level.
Damn. Okay.
Moogle, come play with us.
Moogle, get in here.
Bro, get in
Replace
here.
me.
Are we gonna go do costumes now?
No, I think Brad's leaving.
You can't leave Brett.
Brad has other people to play with though.
Yeah, I
Oh
don't
my
want to. I
God,
don't want to pick one
wow.
spring group over the other. I mean, I just get. I don't like Valorant.
Got you guys.
Our spike is down.
Spike down A.
Try again.
Harbor was last seen mid.
Breaking them.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
She's on point. She's on point. Or on the bomb.
I have the spike.
Nice. Let's go.
Attackers win.
Good clutch. I could kiss you, bro.
I keep accidentally turning the lights on and off. Bruh. It's different when Tools.
I was
What's
gonna go back
Tools
for that ult.
doing? Tools is usually here.
Leonidas. Such a good name.
GG, join the Jojo gang or be a bum.
Damn, guess I'm a bum.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Is Moogle gonna come and join or?
No.
Moogle
You have to
doesn't
stay
play
now.
Val.
You have to stay now, bread.
The strat is level shins until it's 15. Until it's 15, then use the other two as bait.
I'm staying for another 25 minutes.
Lies you
I
tell.
see, I see.
Have fun, Leo.
You have a
I
whole
won't.
strat,
Yeah,
imagine.
have fun.
I won't. I won't.
Leo,
What are you doing? What are you doing?
don't
What is
leave
it?
us.
What's the subject?
Health concepts.
Oof.
Other stuff.
I got a concept for you.
I don't
I have
want to know that
I have a
concept.
healthy concept for you. I shouldn't say it.
It's called the one more concept.
Yeah. Just one more.
Huh?
You don't have to watch homework and anime.
I haven't heard that concept before.
The concept is throw homework, win Val.
The concept is throw Valve to homework.
Imagine that one.
I like Brady
Nah,
as
I don't
his
like that one.
concept a lot.
No. Don't listen to him. He don't know what he's talking about. Take it from someone who like isn't in school anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have been in school for how long?
I'm muting you. Oh God.
Being in school for 20 years. That's what I thought you would say. Oh, no, she's only been out for like a couple of years, guys. What do you mean?
No, it's been 20.
What do you mean?
Okay, Kimchi.
What? Do you guys hear something? I don't.
I know. Brett is not a co-host of the tournament anymore. Hello?
Wow.
Kicked? I'm
Brett
just
getting
kidding.
banned?
I'm just
Me
kidding.
personally, Brett, I wouldn't take this.
You're not even playing with us anymore, Leo.
Whoa! Yo,
yelling
y'all
at
got
me.
Kimchi fucked
Whoa.
up.
She's yelling at me. She's yelling at me.
Ooh, Kimchi coming for everybody's necks. Ooh. Holy shit.
Oh no! Don't cry, Leo. I was just kidding.
I'm gonna go cry now.
No! Don't do that.
Damage has been done. Somebody please clip that.
The Valorant Baby Club. True.
Oh boy.
Or
keep my mouth quiet.
Ooh, it's Lumi. The one who teabags.
You would think
You know,
that's
there's
also
teabagging
sweet.
In Valo, Lumi. You should
Come play with us?
install.
Sweet, you're
What did I do? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Let's go. What are we doing again?
whatever. Sure.
Do another one. I kind of like the fast-paced nature of it more for training. But you do have to play
Match
unrated
found.
to get used to the length of it, because that could
Yeah.
be a long match.
Well, why
I
do you have to
can't
get
believe
used to
that
it?
you
It's
yelled
just
at
a
him
game.
like that. What?
Just like
Leo,
anything, just like any
what?
sport.
I yelled at you because
Get
you're not
good, you gotta
playing with us. And now we have to play with the rando.
Oh my god.
I'm
Hello,
sorry.
Alvin.
Who's no longer a mod?
I would never. That's going too
Mods?
far.
Mods don't yell at people.
I'm sorry.
Didn't Sin say she wanted to play?
She doesn't have her PC.
Oh, that's
Imagine not having your PC on you
not having
24/7.
What
Her-
is wrong with
Kimchi's
people?
PC is actually glued to her body.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one
When
time.
do you think that'll be? Like, when do you think they'll like actually put our cell phones in our bodies? Like, as a prosthetic.
Now? Actually,
time
like 10 years
was
ago? Actually, for real?
Good point.
Military did it, actually.
They have made batteries that run off of sugar.
Thank you for the Lurk Saber.
More commercially now, like literally right now is what we're trying to do. Is implant
Keyword
those
trying.
chips in your. Yeah, but some people have already done it.
That's
It's
what I
very
might-
few
you guys-
people, but it's been done already. And they're testing it.
Yeah,
They
those
wanna
are
do-
few
they wanna
people.
make
When do you
it-
think it'll be available commercially?
Maybe I would.
You're not saying things that are
Lumi.
They
disagreeing.
wanna make- no, I'm trying to think because I would say to me, I would say in the next 10 years.
Tanner, I'm not answering the phone.
Is advancing and as quickly as it is, but it could be less on what's already been done and tested and proven. And
Wait, I can't say
okay to
it.
go, you know? Because this is
Who's
a
doing
technology
that? Is
that's
it Google
been.
doing that? Who's gonna come up with this shit?
What?
Why? I'm
It's
eating.
gonna be somebody in China.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Russia, China, one in
Are
the
you a
US, maybe.
magician? Because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears.
Well, wow. Oh, because I murdered them. It's okay. I'm just
What?
a serial killer.
Well, time to go.
That's
get
a real.
break,
That's real.
baby.
For sure.
I hope you guys have a good night.
Funny story. I was
See you,
Ubering
Leo.
last
Bye,
night and I
Leo.
picked up two
Yeah.
girls that were talking about having hired a magician.
I'll go,
for their bridal shower.
I'll go give out
hired
all
a
the forms to
magician
be in
for
your fan
what?
club
Their bridal
soon.
shower.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
fight.
Leo has a.
I'll be back.
fan
It's time
club?
to get Sin. Which one's Sin?
Huh?
What? Leo's playing one more?
What?
Whoa. One more. One more.
Thanks for playing
Goodbye,
with us,
goodbye.
Leo.
You can
Goodbye,
make
Enjoy
one
your
more,
homework.
like the one more.
One more?
The Dino Nuggy, the Dino Nuggy God said no.
Charge!
Where are enemy spotted A?
Yo, that hits everyone else too. Holy shit.
I got hit by. Is that a? I got hit by a ghost and it did 51 damage.
One
I heard
enemy
it.
remaining.
I got our backs.
Watching heaven.
Charge!
Flawless.
大丈夫僕最強だから
Thank you so much for the hydrate.
Thanks
Cheers.
Can I guess who gave you a hydrate?
And them.
Uh-huh.
We definitely
Is it
killed
Adrian?
them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's the hydrate police. Just like me.
I have
me-
my
the-
own hydrate police.
I hope you know you've made me the grammar police. You've
Are
not
you
made one
hydrating with
grammatical
Soju?
error since.
So
We didn't even trade guns anymore, Brad. I see how this is.
Did we not trade last time?
Nope.
Oh, it's on a
Well, I
cooldown
looked
for
at you,
45
and I hoped
minutes?
that we would, and we didn't.
Oh my god.
I'll find you.
We should rotate.
I'm making noise at B.
It's in that corner.
Too
Too bad, I have spikes. We're pushing.
Move that body like a cyclone.
You can shoot the dog, B.
Target sighted A.
Okay, Tanner.
Bring them down.
Trash. Rushing out.
Tragic.
Where are you?
I thought.
One enemy remaining.
I gotta get used to that shotgun. That scared the shit out of me.
Light planted.
Finding a trap.
Oh, it's a shotgun.
Yeah.
So you just take your distance.
That's dropping a shotgun.
Why? Why did she do that? That was so.
Reloading.
Breathe.
Good aim, good aim.
Oh.
I read that the right way, didn't I? I gotta.
Good job, good
Spike
job,
is
good
here.
job. That was a good one.
Odin or Randall? Oh, Randall. Oh, la 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 la. Oh.
I survived the work week.
I'll hunt
I'm
down
so
Scott.
proud of you,
I go
Louis.
grab my-
How was your
giant
work
water
week?
bottle.
Was it okay?
Holy shit, they're all here.
Oh.
The spike is down.
Spike
Guys?
down A.
Don't do that.
Don't go that way.
Ow. Shit. I'm sorry.
Still gets the headshot.
Reloading.
Can we rotate or are you
Nothing
guys
but net,
stuck?
baby. No, we
Let's
good.
go.
We good. We good. I think we're good. Yeah, that right.
Sky and B Link, I
That's the
think.
rando. So. He got it.
I'll find you.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Nice.
Should've
Good
picked
job.
Ace, though.
That was
Good stuff.
like an
nice.
ace plus because each one of them was a headshot for me.
Last round in the
Did I
half.
one tap all of them? Oh, I didn't get a one tap on all.
Oh,
of them.
this is a Swifty.
This is the you just missed one.
Nah, two.
Okay.
Two,
ISO. I hit him in the ISO and
You
right.
look like one to me.
Yeah.
Is the Dino Nuggy god his
Yeah,
mom?
that's
No,
good,
that's a
Katie.
different monster. Monster
But,
is wild. Mama Leo, different breed. Kimchi, remember them have to fill out a form, right? For the tourney? No, just one form.
Man.
One form per team.
Did you get him? Oh.
I'll find you.
That guy's
Marked
lucky.
one.
He would have been very embarrassed if we let him. I hit him twice. I shouldn't have backed off while doing that. Well, she's home. Thank you for the alert, Kaylee. Okay, hang on. I got 3 hydrants now. I gotta go chug some water.
I got lazy.
Blocking sight.
Where are you?
One enemy remaining.
Marked one.
I kind of hydrated 3 sips of water.
Hold up.
And I took like a third of this giant bottle of water.
I did nothing that round. That was great.
Match
Like a
point.
third of that giant bottle
Love
of
being
water.
carried, yeah.
It's like, I want to say it's probably like,
How are you doing, Jet?
it's like, oh, probably like a liter of water. And that's like a third of a liter, and that's like 9 sips, and I'm already out.
Welcome to drinking water.
That's what my streams are. That's basically what my streams are.
Cheers? Cheers?
My
Anyone?
streams are-
Cheers?
I
Cheers.
added a cooldown on it.
Cheers.
I added a 1-minute cooldown on drinking
I'm
water.
out. I'm
On
sorry.
stream, I got given 20.
Aww.
Angie got mad at me because
I can drink, but I have to go make a drink.
She was like, you didn't hydrate enough. I was like, I
Yeah,
chugged
get
a
some
bottle of
mango soju.
I'll find
That
you.
sounded
It's a
delicious.
16-ounce bottle of water. It's fine.
Ah, help me!
Yeah, they're all A.
Multiple target knife deployed. One suppressed.
People just like you better. I got connections.
Spike planted.
Getting shot on the back B.
Yeah, where?
Bam.
I got a thing.
Last player
There's
standing.
Spawn?
Damn.
I'd still be far from Philly.
Ugh.
That was weird.
I think I have a total of 8 followers.
You looked at him and looked that away. Twice.
I didn't even see him on my screen.
You're streaming right now, aren't you?
That
You
was
stay
weird.
live already.
Who was it?
Sky.
Was it Sky?
Yeah. No good B. Only good A or C. I'll go A.
Favorite Disney song? Go.
That one. Literally that one. I can show you the world.
but friends.
Tomorrow's your only day off. What are you gonna do?
Where are
Aladdin's my favorite Disney movie.
Marked 4.
I have 4.
I love Aladdin.
I have
It's
4
probably
here.
my favorite as well, but my favorite song is Friends on the Other Side.
That's a good song.
What was that song from Moana?
Like the
Not
You're Welcome?
Not You're Welcome.
The
The one where she sings while she's on the boat.
While the sky meets the sea.
Da-da-da.
See the line where the sky meets the sea.
Spike planted.
It
Yeah,
calls me.
that was lit.
I don't know
love
the
that
name,
song.
but it's a great song. Honest got some good songs.
Last player standing.
Nothing I can do.
Who?
Don't be afraid of fear. Interesting. Interesting.
Oh.
That ricochet.
Connection. Good connections.
Well, like if you're scared, like, you know,
And we.
100 now, thanks to.
your leg?
Who
What
needs
happened to your
equipment? Who
leg?
needs equipment?
We need 5 members now. Yeah.
I got good.
Oh, you're volunteering at the children's
You got
hospital?
my back, Jet. I trust you.
You must be so fucking tired right now.
You were still talking, but you started humming that stupid song. You were still. Jet,
You got no jams.
No jams.
I can't answer the phone. Yeah, good.
One of them has an Odin and a Vandal. Oh, it's okay. It's not your fault, Jet.
These guys are good at attacking. This is really bad. I'm out of breath. I'm dying.
How do they? Google Maps is wild.
Barely.
They have courage,
That cash
but
paper.
no one is immune.
I have
to
made
fear.
35 cents off of ads. Should I pay? You don't have to pay me money. You've done enough, man. I expect Christmas presents from you. That's...
Who needs equipment?
That quote, honestly.
Automata asks me every time.
Follow protocol.
For your Christmas. Okay. Patty, every time you say that, Automata gets mad.
I'll find you.
It's A again? Why are we so pushed up?
Pull them to their grave. Reeling them in.
They like pushing A.
It sucks that area.
Yeah, but we're also not defending really well. We're not communicating and or pushing up together.
Last player standing.
I knew it.
It's because I'm new at ISO.
Missed me.
Spike planted.
Sleep. My ult is.
Hot.
Are you spreading the word
Sudden
of a
death.
mullet? Is that what you're doing?
Not that I need to.
Damn. Damn, guys. Last one. What are we doing? We're throwing.
Throw me this. Or we're gonna tell us apart.
Oh, he's special.
Okay, you see.
I always die here. I don't know why. Lunar. Gary. Lunar. Gary.
What is that, Tanner? What did you try?
Illumi, why are you doing this?
Tanner, what is that? Tell me what's the context
Throwing
for
harder
that
than
too?
last time? Honestly, look. 7. 7.
Where are you?
I don't know why I pushed so many people on this side. Why are we pushing up so hard?
Making cover.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
140 on KJ. You could just spit on her.
Yeah. That's it. There it is.
Defenders win.
Hey!
Time for coffee.
She's just better.
No explanation point.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that was hella fucking loud. What the fuck?
What, you're smirking? Drop.
If someone gives me 5 stubs, I'll stop throwing?
Oh, yeah?
Kimchi, you out-fragged me by 1 combat score.
Get better, baby. Get better. Get better.
I'm about to screenshot that and just say skill
What do you...
Whoops, whoops.
Sin, no, stop. Sin. Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Wait, can you get us out of queue? 1 second. I need to do a bathroom break.
Yee, do that.
take your bathroom break. I'm gonna go open Opera and my computer's gonna die because it takes up like 5%.
Wait!
Or like 2% of my CPU and it kills me instantly. Why'd you scream? Wait. What was it?
What the fuck is this? What is this? Very sus. Very, very sus. Sweet! Stop. Stop. No more. No. No. That's it. You guys are canceled. That's enough. You guys are being so sus. Now I have to carry.
It's now an even 22.
Oh, you got 5 subs? Damn, nice.
Lunar.
What?
Nothing. Thank you guys.
Yes.
Thank you guys. Sin. What do you mean? We have a hype train? What? You guys are fucking crazy. Stop. Toot toot. Not the toot toot.
Are we in queue?
You're being sus.
Are we
I'm
missing
watching you
someone?
guys. I'm watching y'all. Do we have a 5th? I don't think we have a 5th. Now I have. Wait, what?
Oh shit!
Stop!
Sin's getting a skin? Hello?
Sin, what's in your shop right now? What? You did what? You defeat the gym, right?
For a while.
You beat the dinosaur. Good job. You know what? That deserves. Oh, I think it's cheer.
I mean, it depends on where we live.
You guys are so sweet. Stop. That's enough. Please. You guys are crazy. What the fuck?
Is Dylan Korean? Because, like, even in Korea, that's not really a thing anymore.
I will never forget your kindness. Honestly, since birthday, I'm just gonna
very
get her a Phantom
outdated
skin.
way of thinking.
Fuck it. I have to get my waifu a Phantom skin. It's fine.
Are you calling me now?
I got it.
Eden, are you calling on Jackson's phone?
Let's go, Jones. Yes. Good job.
That's
Good
why she's
job.
not playing Valorant anymore.
What?
Sim doesn't have a Valorant skin, Phantom skin that she likes.
Well, I think she's not playing because she doesn't have her PC on her right today. But
It's a joke.
a joke?
It's a joke.
I don't hear
It's
the
a
sarcasm in your brain here.
Bro.
Bro.
I kind of want some more chicken tendies, actually.
I kind of want to get another drink. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm still working on mine, so cheers.
What's sarcasm?
But I have to go get it and make it. People usually laugh at jokes. There's usually a punchline.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that's like a juice with like spiked with, you know, alcohol.
A punchline? Stop. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go make a drink. I'll be right back.
Get off the bed.
Let him have the bed.
No. No. No.
Is there a max limit on like the alcohol content of a wine for it to be considered wine?
Of a wine?
Well, grapes.
Brad, you don't input in this. You're not 21 yet.
My mom owns a wine business. I know what I have to know about wine.
Okay, sure. Is like 150 proof wine a thing?
No.
Let me move. Oh, you're stuck. That's why.
Because the alcohol comes from like the
Fermenting
grapefruit,
of the
like fermenting,
juice.
right?
Yes.
But if it ferments all the way, does it become like
Kimchi, look my straight.
80% alcohol then?
It's a different process than the way you make vodka or hard liquor.
Tequila.
Tequila.
Tequila is shit. I don't know why I drank so much of it when I was younger.
I don't drink anymore.
Oh, yeah,
I can't.
There you go.
I had a beer last week at a little
Jaden,
like
why are
going
you
away
calling
party,
I'm not
and
answering that.
I felt like shit the rest of the day. I was like, I can't drink alcohol anymore.
Oh.
I just saw that. Thanks
It's
for the
alright.
game, guys. Thanks for the games, guys.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks for
Wow. What a quitter.
I just replaced it with tea and coffee. Boba tea.
Somebody gifted me a sub. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Who did that? Wild.
Anonymous, I think, or me. Might have been me actually. To who?
Bread.
To bread? That was not me.
Would you be interested in the
When did we get?
tournament?
When did we get to? When did
Oh,
we
who's
get
putting it
to?
on?
No idea.
Level 3?
Oh, how do you sign up then?
What? Wait, do you guys have questions?
Like, how did B Sweet sign up without a team?
He
No,
hasn't.
I don't have a team.
So that's just the interest check.
That was the interest check. Yeah, so I didn't do the sign up yet. I gotta do that. My bad.
Oh my god, Jones. Sin, stop!
Yeah, I'm gonna sign up.
What the fuck, Sin? Thank you! Thank you for the viddies! What is this? What is this? What's up, Penge? Hello! Everyone go follow Sin right now and sub to her, or else I fight you.
You will, like, waste your life away on Breath of the Wild, then.
I'm ready for Q whenever you guys
well,
are.
Fuck you, Megs.
I am.
Oh shit, okay.
Illumi!
Unrated?
No,
or?
there's not.
Illumi, thank you!
Oh, by the way, you remember how you said it's acceptable in some cultures?
What?
Like, to eat a dog, it's acceptable in some
What?
cultures?
First of all, no. Thank you for gifting a sub to Nacho. I appreciate you, Lumi. That's so sweet. Stop it. What the fuck? Random hype train today. What is Sin no more?
Match found.
But no, people have eaten their dogs.
What am I listening to? No, oh my goodness. What is going on, guys? What is going on? Why was that notification so late? These notifs are hella fucking late. It's so annoying. Sin's the best for sure. Illumi's the best. You guys are all the best. Sweet's the best. Anon is the best.
Naturally.
Survival situations, I can see Americans low.
Not a topic I'm interested in, sorry. Rather skip the topic. No, Kimchi. Panda's the best. You guys are the best. Stop being so sweet to me. I might actually stay here for longer. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. You know? It's evil. Oh. Might turn off this light. Is it too... Yeah, no, it's too much.
Relax. With a team like ours, very little risk.
Alright. Lunar carry?
Nah.
Yeah.
I'm too drunk.
No, you're
too
not. You're not even close.
Bro, this is like my second glass of wine.
That's like nothing.
Must be nice.
I am a cheap date. Excuse me. Gotta always add the period to the GL at chef.
I would rather be the cheap date.
What if it's like a ...
Oh my.
Sin. What are you doing? What are you doing? Thank you, Sin. I appreciate it.
Here.
Heal me.
Reloading.
Omen killed.
Last
Spike
player
down.
standing. Spike down A.
Nice headshot. Carry. Clutch your kick. Clutch your kick.
Kick.
Kick me! Sin, thank you.
I know what that Omen is capable
That's so sweet of you to do. You don't have to do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Kick. Kick me. Kick me.
I don't know. There's no kicking action in that one. Trust me, if there was, I would.
But I got 2 kills.
That's why everybody's going back to Counter-Strike, right?
Watching here.
Counter-Strike and Apex for the kick.
Yeah, Apex has a kick.
Enemy spotted B.
I'll find you.
Enemy.
26 Omen, 62 right now.
Spike down B.
Hush.
One enemy remaining.
Lumi, stop.
Keep going,
Where
Rumi.
are you?
Watch your eyes.
I have the spike. Spike planted. My ult is ready.
Oh,
I knew your every move.
the subs worked.
That-
What?
The wind's shifting our favor.
Let's go.
Something happening in your stream right now?
Yes. Why?
What?
What?
Nice.
Thank you guys. That Omen is probably pissed. Honestly, I got a headshot pretty clean.
Weapon here.
Phantom skin. This one?
Relent.
Isn't this Swift Play?
I'll get you the most expensive one. Oh shit.
Swifty.
Take them! Where are you? Mark will bring them down. I have the spike.
Aww.
Fuck.
Spike
I'm
down
fucked.
A.
I'm learning. The raise stop when I stop.
No! Should have caught him in the air.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything on this one.
Wait, did you actually get her a Phantom skin?
I mean, I can, but not right now. I'd have to set that up, yeah? It might take a minute.
Uh-huh. 10 years later.
You know, I'm still working on it, you know? Yeah.
I'm still setting it up. It takes a lot of time.
You know? Relax.
Patience is a virtue.
Fire in the hole!
Fuck. She was moving hella
Last
fast.
player standing. Spike down A.
Yo. They know how to.
Flawless.
Yeah, this Reyna went crazy. Look at the
They know how
8.
to move.
8 kills?
Switching sides.
Alright, we're better at defending, yeah?
Instincts only go so far.
I'll always wait for you, my queen. Nah. Nah. I got you. This song goes out to you, Sin. Oh my god. Can you even hear the music?
Let's go. Destabilizing.
I'll find you.
Enemy spotted A. Someone's A. Put down.
Nice.
No!
Last player standing.
It was the Reyna. Damn, they're gonna win.
It's okay. We'll get the next game.
Every fight is a
That
lesson.
minimal skin looks really cool, but not worth buying. That dark sheriff that you picked up. Gray.
That Reyna is crazy. 9? Literally, that Reyna never misses.
Yeah. And the raise.
We're better though. We can do better.
I'll find you.
Someone's A. Enemy spotted A.
Right behind you, Lunar.
Enemy down.
Oh shit, Lunar.
No distraction.
Scanning ahead.
Take hold.
No!
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
No.
Attackers win.
Hurtful.
Damn. GG's. Damn, you took it with one more kill.
Sweaty? Unrated?
Sweaty?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Like, are we playing comp?
What?
Yeah, one or the other.
I don't know about that one, sir. That's a
I'm
little.
drunk for comp.
That's a little out there.
I'll fucking send it. I'll fucking send it.
No.
Don't test me. I'll send it.
Escalation? I can't focus for unrated.
Match found.
Why is it taking so long? What? Okay. There you go.
Shield and sword.
My PC is freaking out right now.
Why?
I have tabs open.
I should take this chance to set up Fuji, whatever.
Fuji Tech?
Fuji Tech.
You have it set to that photo, right? Because that's not your profile pic.
It is. I have gone there before.
Mm. And then that was what you added.
Uh-huh. Oh,
I
so
see.
these are the OBS. Okay.
Viper.
Drag
have
and
you
drop the
thought
links
about my
below
offer?
into OBS.
You don't have to.
Never, ever assume you can help me. You can't help me. You can't help them.
I have to make cookies
For what?
just to eat.
Oh, what kind?
Reese's, and I have, I think, a cinnamon.
It's Kirby. You have a cinnamon cookie. Ooh, that sounds really, really yummy. Is it like the snickerdoodle or?
Yeah, that's it.
Enemy spotted A.
Out of here.
Nice.
Smoke's down.
Let's go this way. Oh.
Checking heaven.
Spike carriers down.
Yeah, breach.
Going up.
Spike down
I didn't
A.
realize I had it. I'm sorry.
I have the spike. Good attempt.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
No, Lunar.
Yeah. Oh.
What? What?
Focusing.
$30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
The fuck was that?
Got the spike.
10 seconds left.
No! That was so good.
Pogo after this, right? I'll buy.
Oh, what? The fuck?
What? What happened? What are you like?
The sound
freaking
alert
out
was
about?
hella fucking funny. Or the sound, not the sound alert, the... Fuck, I can't.
To redeem the WoW.
No, 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 no.
Okay.
Well, ISO said to Sage.
Oh,
Oh,
that-
okay.
Down mid.
Why'd we split? I'm so confused. $110 on the ISO. $110 on ISO.
Coming up behind you. Oh, Lunar.
Yeah, let him come.
Enemy spotted mid. Put down. My ultimate's ready. Come on, let's go.
Definitely there. It's so scary.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Careful now. Going up.
That was pretty good. Holy shit.
Nice.
Planted.
That's great. They thought you went A.
On B.
Show me a target.
One enemy remaining.
I guess that's it.
Good job. Louis. Sage and I also have some cool interaction. They have a Mandarin voice line too. Ooh.
Mandarin voice line?
That's cool.
Damn. Oh, because they're both Chinese, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Name
Yeah.
name the Psyduck G-Bro. Wait, no! Turtle Duck. I don't think you know Turtle Duck.
That's hilarious.
G-Bro the Psyduck has joined the party.
It's you and me.
Wait, was that
It's just
you?
you and you, bro. No, that wasn't me.
Enemy spotted A.
Focusing.
Carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Sorry, bro. Barrier created. I have the spike.
Shit. How? What?
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Someone's A. Flash. Going up.
There's so much happening in that one tiny
Another
corner.
one.
Oh my god. G-Ro definitely gives Psyduck energy. Yeah, I think
Player
so.
standing.
What?
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Oh, wild.
That was
It's
rough.
okay.
Oh, she doesn't
It's
know
okay.
what reach does.
Yeah. I still forget. He catches me every time.
Another one.
Another one.
Last round in the half.
Okay.
Either spend all your money or give it to me. Good
Oh.
cause either way.
You want all the money? No, same. Give it all to me too. Your bullets.
You got
Save
no chance.
them. I miss BTS so much. I miss BTS so much. I'm like playing too laid back into my chair.
You're too relaxed.
Yeah, I'm a little too laxed.
No distraction. Enemy spotted B.
ISO's in the corner to the left.
No, he won.
You what?
Yo, I can't move. This is pretty bad, actually. If I don't win this,
Fuck.
I have to push up.
Oh.
Here. Last player standing.
Fuck, there's nothing I could do anyways, honestly.
Off your feet!
I didn't realize the peak from heaven.
You forgot?
I gotta pay
Or you thought Trap was a Star Wars meme? Nah.
Switching sides.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
I usually play, well actually I do play A here sometimes too. I could do both. Oh, where am I? Okay, let's do this. Why are we stacked B?
We can just play retake.
I suppose so. Watch it be B, so, you know, it's fine. Tomorrow I get to do plant tours. I'm so excited. It's been such a long time.
Show me a target.
1B, 2B, 2 mid.
Spike down B.
Be at peace.
Reload him. Reload him.
Here.
I think they're gonna go A. Yeah.
Here.
Spike planted.
Hey.
Here. Stand down.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse.
Here.
Diffuse. Nice. Woo!
Another one.
Easy.
I'll teach him to respect.
I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but I mean, like, it's cool. I don't know. I guess I don't really know.
It's okay. You're not a fan.
I don't really
Not the
like.
greatest franchise anymore.
I don't like big franchises. Like,
Yeah.
if they have a lot to cover, I'm out, dude. I don't have enough time.
Even
You're gonna
brain
Beach?
space. Huh? Sorry.
Beach?
Large franchise.
Yeah, I'm usually a minimal information type of person.
Yeah.
If there's too much info, I'm out, dude. I can't do it. There's a lot of lore, yeah. I'm not in it.
It's B, guys.
I don't have the best long range gun, but
Did you really save?
Spike
And Swift play?
planted. Last player standing.
Oh no, you just didn't want to
done.
use the Guardian. Okay.
Going up. Embarrassing. Come on.
Kirby's better. Oh no, not the knife! Yikes.
Oh, the headshot knife. That's hurtful.
Match point.
There's a lot of lore, yeah. Yeah. Fine.
Tell me what you
I
want,
can't
what
do
you
it.
really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Stop.
If you wanna be my lover.
Uh-huh.
Gotta get
With my friends.
Okay.
Say it lasts forever. Friendship never ends.
Wall raised.
Target down. My ult is ready.
I love this song. Such a good song. Lunar, I'm on my way. You're so pushed up. Never mind.
No distraction.
Nice.
One enemy
I got
remaining.
you. I got you.
Thank you.
Ace it, ace it.
I don't think I'm up for an ace.
Spike is here.
Someone already got a kill.
Me. Yeah.
Yeah, but you saved my life, so
Yeah.
Team ace.
that was
There you
worth
go.
it. It was worth
It's an
it.
ace either way.
Where the fuck is this Omen?
Spike is here.
30 seconds left.
You just being there, bro. Iso's got some shoulders, the fuck?
There he is.
Oh, I switched.
Ah! I'm throwing.
There can only be one hero.
I was checking the corners and I was switching to everybody. And then the second I
Once
switched
more
to you,
into
Looter.
battle. I'm not tired.
That hurt.
Are you?
That was funny. I don't want to block B. How far can I push this up? You think I can get that? I think I can get that.
Wall raised. Here.
They're breaking my wall, I think. Nope, they stopped.
Here. Here.
It's you and me.
No!
Getting Odin, that's rough.
Yeah.
Going up.
We got Spike.
Down A.
Goodbye.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Breaking them.
10 seconds left.
Definitely heaven, I just saw him.
Last player standing.
Okay, he's playing time.
Nice.
Hola, soy Dora.
Sudden death.
Can you find where I gave a fuck?
Enjoy. Yo, only have 6 kills.
Nice.
No, I need 10 chicken nuggies. Tomorrow I stream with Namu. It's been a while since I
what are you guys
streamed.
playing?
Jackbox, if you guys want to join, feel free to.
What do you mean? It's been a while. You streamed yesterday with them.
Bro, I need help here. Oh my god, he scared me. Actually scared me. I got fucking jump scared.
Down B.
Poison orb emitting.
I leg shotted fucking ISO. That's
I
sad.
didn't do anything this round. Besides get terrified multiple times.
Poison's off.
Don't look at the floor, Viper.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Pushing
Yeah, 42
together.
taken
down.
Stick it.
Ready.
Nice. Good job.
Nice try, kid.
You did
Wow. I could kiss you, B.
Sorry to spoil the party.
You sounded like Grab for a second? When? When?
Gotta get good.
Never forget that.
I really hate that map. I'm not gonna lie.
Split? I kind of like it.
Yeah, I don't know why. It tilts me sometimes.
Kirby did so good. Let me hold you.
That's not true. I'm not always tilted.
No, it's just the base defaulter attitude coming, New Yorker attitude coming.
Right.
You know,
Is that what that is?
there's multiple levels of tilted for B Sweet. He's a tilted expert. You see.
I mean, it's like the Hulk, I guess. I'm always
Match
tilted,
found.
right? Is that the consensus?
Default tilted. Tilted by default.
Yeah, it's my default mode.
I'm trying
Like,
to
you
see.
only get happier from there.
Do I want? Hi, Quiz. Welcome in, Hydrate Police.
Wait, I couldn't redeem hydration station for like 45 minutes.
45? It should only be 10 minutes.
How y'all doing?
Oh. Who was that?
It was Harbor. I'm just giving other people a chance to respond. Okay? I swear I won't leave you hanging.
Respawn?
Yeah, do you speak English? Respond? You know, R-E-S-P-O-N-D?
I thought you said respawn. Excuse you. Do you know how to
Respawn?
speak English?
Wow. Where are you from, though? Like, what is
Does it
that
fucking
accent?
matter?
Yeah.
No,
I
don't
kinda
come
wanna know
at
what
me, Jesus.
What accent is this?
Don't worry about it. I'm drunk. Back up.
Okay,
Wait.
I'm backed up.
Say you're drunk too.
I like your name, by the way.
Select your
But like, what
agent.
accent is this? I'm actually like just curious.
My
now.
bad.
You know, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to come at you or anything.
I live in the mitten.
Oh,
Where's that? Where is that?
Mittenhead?
Is that like Louisiana?
Nah,
Where is that? Where is it? What state is it?
Michigan.
Alabama? Michigan? What? That's
Yeah.
a Michigan accent?
That's what
have-
Mittenhead is, right?
Is that spooky?
It's terrifying.
I don't understand how people
Funny,
say I have an accent. I just talk like I talk.
Oh my god, you have an accent.
No, I'm sick and drunk. I can't help it if I talk a little strange.
Oh my god, you have an accent?
Please!
So you don't have an accent.
Guys, no means
Give your
no.
mom an accent.
Oh damn, we're coming at moms now. Okay.
I am a mom, so it's okay.
True.
This is
Oh my
wild.
lagging. I'm lagging.
Fuck, I'm suppressed.
Here.
I'm out. I'm sorry, I'm out. I'm dipping.
Let's go, D's nuts.
Okay.
Okay,
They're on?
I'm leaving you.
Jet grounded.
Spike planted.
I hit him in a 78.
I can't with the chat.
Last player standing.
A big ass crosshair.
Everyone has an accident.
GG.
I really
not
tried.
GG, NT.
I really
Mixed up my
tried.
letters, I'm sorry.
This KO is tough. A bullet is tougher.
A bullet is tougher. Woo.
Guys, come chill here for a second, you know? Let's
Oh,
have
yeah,
a
yeah,
coffee
yeah.
or something.
Very nice music.
I love coffee. What kind of coffee do you like?
I just like
Coffee.
black.
I
But,
can't
like-
do black coffee. It makes me shit.
The darker, the better.
Oh,
Wait, I thought coffee made
okay.
you constipated.
No.
No, not black coffee. Hell no.
I'll find you.
Maybe you're allergic, dude.
She's
I'm
so
lactose
real, a little
intolerant, I know
too
that
real.
much.
But there's no milk in black coffee. What do you mean?
They're A.
What are you shooting at?
Hey.
I hit Jet 35.
Wait, what's mid? Oh.
Rest. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Seriously?
Jet was just waiting. How rude.
Jet.
NT.
Bro.
I recommend you shoot the head first.
I feel like that should have been a
Anyone
headshot.
dehydrated? Need a quick rinse?
Well, I had my knife out, so.
Yeah.
I don't like how Harbor says that.
Lunar has that bullying
Oh my
wrist. True. You're not
Yes.
wrong.
You do have an accent.
Bullies, man. You're a bully.
But she also
I'm
said Riz,
sick.
so.
I'm not trying to
I'm
riz
very
anyone.
sick right now.
I riz, man. That's funny.
No, that's just an excuse.
Do you want to see the shit I'm coughing up?
You wanna see what I'm coughing?
Wall raised.
I'll show your mom what I'm coughing up.
A?
I'm coming.
What? I hit him in his head.
Fuck.
Spike planted.
You know what it is? Fucking.
What is it?
It's because I'm so used to people crouching that I aim for the neck.
Behind you, bun. I made you look.
Don't do that!
That's fucked up.
He's on your left now, for real.
Makes sense.
In that alleyway.
120 Sky.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate
I told you, behind you. There you go.
The beeping is a little much.
He's smiling. Y'all. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah!
Converted.
Holy moly.
Oh.
Last round before the switch.
User credits.
I got the kimchi vandal.
Yeah, not
Kim-
mine.
I got the candle.
But now, have you guys ever had soup and salad from Olive Garden?
Soup and salad?
Yeah.
Hell
This
no.
man sounds like he chain
Dude, I
smokes.
fucking love it. It's so good.
You? I'm playing.
I've got your trail. Unavoidable. My ultimate is ready.
The stones are died.
Pull them to their grave.
They're gonna rotate.
Nothing there. Target down.
Good attempt.
You are
I can't use
powerless.
No, that's where he is. Follow the center of the ping. That's where he is.
I can't use that.
He's mid.
Your duty is not over.
Sweet. Thanks.
Oh, one's on site, one's in alley.
For you. 30 seconds
No
left.
distraction.
Spike.
Damn.
Last player standing.
The blind.
NT.
Fuck.
Switching sides.
I think I have to
You saw
do
me-
Phantom right
You
now.
saw me look, Lunar,
Time to
right?
stock back up.
Oh, why
Huh?
didn't they
You
plant?
see me look? When I saw the ult go off?
Why did you not plant?
Who are you talking to? The guy on the chat?
You can ask your
the
mom.
Party?
No.
I'm confused now. What?
That was a bad one. That was a bad one.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
But I did plant
Don't be confused.
green onions and chives.
What?
Bro, what?
I thought you were telling me, yeah, he's right there in the center. He's mid. I didn't know if you were
Oh,
talking
yeah,
to me or
yeah.
somebody else. Yeah, okay.
No, I was talking to you guys. It's easy to find KO because he just
Oh, yeah.
advertises his location.
Yeah, but I was wondering
With
if you
his
saw me,
ult.
that's why. 'Cause I looked in that direction for a second, then I was gonna go back another way.
This is painful. Oh my god, yeah.
Ooh, they're both too mid.
Water rising.
KO in chat.
Bro, this wall sucks.
Plant the spike.
I can't. I don't. They're right there though.
Spike planted. Where are you? Satisfying.
They're both in the main.
How did he know? What?
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Last player standing.
They're sticking it. They're sticking it.
The fuck? Why?
Your mind is just as dangerous as your weapon.
Alright. You guys are doing great. Look at that.
Sage, did you want spike?
I choose you.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't care. Hey, Grav.
Here you go.
Tikis.
We just need Fade to get 2 kills, and then it will be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah.
You know how to count backwards too.
That was funny.
I shouldn't say that. I'm a teacher.
No more dreams.
That's one.
We'll catch them.
Blocking fire. Reloading. Water rising.
Spike planted. Barrier created.
Target spotted B.
No distraction.
There's 2 here.
Jet, I don't know who the other one is.
ISO. They're all there.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Down.
sorry.
I was blinded. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, but you were behind the wall. I didn't see them come up.
No, I went a little too far behind the wall. I was on the the
Oh,
other
okay,
side
yeah,
where they
I
could see the
see
other
what
side.
you
Yeah. It's
Dang,
okay.
No,
I'm
that's a
not
crazy
tired.
peek.
Are
I wouldn't have known that either.
Well, I didn't know there were gonna be 3 fucking people there.
Yeah, they rushed. I thought it was just Jet.
We're still on all hands. Okay. I see how it is.
They are mine.
What you been up to today? Besides when we went to go
Where
get
are
groceries.
Show me a target. Stopping fire.
Bring them down.
Breaking them.
Oh my god, you broke me too!
Take hold.
Wait, that affects teammates?
Yes.
Breaking my wall.
Show me a target.
Wall raised. Bring
Shield
them
going
down.
out. Spike planted. Stay down.
Your defeat is not. I'm up. Shit.
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
KO is coming from the same direction. Last I checked.
Good reposition. Damn. Damn. Was it halfway already?
I thought he would back off. He stuck it.
That was a fraction of a second. That was crazy.
My fault. I was too drunk. I waited too long.
What the fuck does that mean?
Unrated? Does that mean unrated?
Oh my god.
One?
If we do it unrated, that'll be my last.
Spike rush is okay. Everybody has spike.
Whatever you guys want to do, I'm down.
Let's do something fun.
Something
Let's do
fun?
Premiere. Let's do Premiere.
Yeah, do Premiere.
What? Why am I now playing Pokemon?
We'll do Spike Rush. No, I don't like that because that's a different fucking weapon.
Yeah, I do hate that.
Nah, we're just gonna do Swift Play. Fuck this. I don't care.
I hate having different weapons.
I want to do unrated, but it's like it's 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock? What?
For me, so it's gonna be rough.
Oh my god, I want some more chicken tendies.
Go get some, dude. Why not?
No.
What do you mean no? Just
I ate
do
too much
it.
yesterday.
It's fine. Go to the gym. It's tomorrow morning.
Stop it. Stop.
No, you stop.
These are a lot of facts that are being told to you.
Everyone is afraid of.
It's okay to eat another chicken finger.
Fingered. It was
It won't be
nugget.
just
Tender,
one.
tender, sorry, tender. Oh,
It won't be just one. It'll be 20.
20. Oh my god.
That's like, that could feed a whole family of
Gotta
chickens.
calm down a little bit.
20.
It's a whole farm.
God
That's a whole ass
damn.
farm.
I'm fucking throwing, guys. I'm sorry. I'm better than this, I know.
You're throwing
It's okay.
people's worst nightmares.
I'm learning.
Because I'm Fade.
Yeah.
I got you, I got you. I can't lock in today. Tools isn't here to tell me.
I haven't
that's
seen
really what it
Tools in
is.
a minute, actually. Is he in like
Oh.
finals week or something?
I don't know. I need Tools. No. I need Tools to tell me to fucking... We're better or something. I think I need call-outs too. I'm used to Lando's call-outs. Even if they're bad, sometimes. Not all the time.
I don't mind if Lando does callouts, but he just sometimes like freaking laughs.
Yeah.
Like fancy. And it's
he
just so like,
does.
what? I can't hear anything.
I
You're
love
not
it
adding
so
anything
much. It's so
useful.
great. There you go, Louis. He's playing
Pay the
Baldur's
heavy
Gate right
price to
now.
commune with nightmare. Don't
With
waste
Ren?
it.
Yeah. Is it Ren? Or... Cause I don't know Meow as that.
Placing sentry.
Who
Lunar?
knows?
Who knows?
He said Ren. He said Ren. Who said Ren? Somebody said Ren.
So now
Also
you
goes
just...
by Meow.
I'm so confused. Is my desk touching the... Oh my god. Cynical, you're evolving! That's crazy.
Reloading. Where are you?
Target spotted.
Reloading. Marked one.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Target spotted mid.
Silence, Dream Seer.
Target deployed.
Rain 26, Guy 88. Mid.
What are they doing?
Where are you?
Breaking that thing?
Last player standing.
No! Wait, which Pokemon is Sin? The cat. Oh
It has
my.
to be Cinderella, right?
No.
Only malfunctioned that one time.
Oh, Shinx. Okay.
Finger.
Yahoo! Yahoo! Uh-oh.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Looking for one piece. It's the name of the treasure.
We're gonna play the same play again?
Keep up.
No, I'm gonna send it mid this time.
Let's go.
I'll find you.
Ow.
Target spotted. Reloading.
Let her peek, let her peek.
Spike down mid.
I have the spike.
No, I hit her 26. We're playing split. The fuck?
Last player standing.
Made a 101.
I think I'm lagging.
Don't peek that. Don't peek that. Reina?
That's the wrong peak.
Oh.
That is a mountain peak, Cynical. P-E-E-K would be peeking a corner.
Oh,
Don't be one
you're
of those
right.
Fortnite kids that
You
don't
right.
know how to fucking use spelling, okay?
P-E-E-K.
You're better than that, Sword.
Don't let Fortnite rot your brain.
Damn. Damn.
I know you played
You played it
Fortnite
once
yesterday,
and just
but-
that's it.
Yeah.
That's
Look at
it.
already.
Crazy.
Stop baiting me.
It's crazy.
Oh, that Rena is so good.
Alarm bot out.
We could play slower too. There's a KJ here.
Enemy down. My ult is ready.
Our carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
The hunt begins.
Target down.
Placing sentry. Turn down.
Headshot.
Nice.
Oh no, that's the Rena.
No!
One enemy
Let's
remaining.
go, sweet.
I got the spike.
Blocking movement.
Spike planted.
Going trees.
Last player
Come on.
standing.
She's one tap.
To be fair, whenever I type for extended periods in Spanish, my English spelling is so bad. Really? Interesting. Felt that. Haven't had to deal with that in a while, though.
Last round in the half.
Spend all. Gun here.
Spanish 4? Essays went crazy. Oh, nah, but fuck that. I wouldn't be able to.
The spike is here.
Here. Don't overthink it. That's my job. Here. Turret out.
Nightmare, take them! Bring them.
Mark one.
Bring them down.
Sky kill.
Nothing
My
there.
ultimate is ready.
Damn it.
I'll find you.
Enemies here.
planted. There.
Fuck, I shouldn't have ADS. Ah!
Here.
You guys need to, yeah, get back on spike. Nice.
Initiated.
The reload.
Fast. Push, push, push.
She's right
Push.
there on point.
One enemy remaining.
Run! Ooh! KJ. Oh, nice, Lunar.
Switching sides.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Turret out.
Try cultural and historical impacts of Spain and colonization. Spanish 4101. No thanks. Okay. Oh, that's crazy. No, 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 no. I can't. I can't. Because I have. Oh my god.
Make them fight for it.
I wish I knew Spanish. Nah, I don't think I could ever.
Where are you?
Enemy spotted B. Scratch one.
Oh fuck.
One enemy remaining.
Kill. You? Outrun me? Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Yeah, I do. Well, I know how to. Not that I speak it, but I can understand it fully. It's hard to speak for me. I get tongue twisted. And then... yeah. Basically. Oh wait, what the fuck's happening?
I'll find you.
They're mid again. The fuck? What is this bullshit?
Stay down.
Yeah, we have a lot of words that are similar. So I can kind of understand a little bit of Spanish because of it.
One enemy remaining. Spike down
There.
B.
It's there, yeah?
Spike spotted B.
I'll find you.
Where is she? Where the fuck is she?
Oh my gosh.
Bring them down. They're all dead?
To run.
I have more tests to run. It's
Match
crazy.
Cool garden.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little
I guess.
twist and it all turns dark.
Do I want the Guardian? No, I think I need to do Phantom right now.
Equipment.
Mahal kita. Oh, I love you too.
This is a cool skin.
I saw Burnout by Spanish my senior year. Glad I took dual credit class so I don't have to take it. Yeah, nah. Nah.
Where are you?
I think it's A.
A. Yep.
How'd you close off?
Take hold. Spike planted. Where are you? Marked one. Last player standing.
Fuck. We're all in every single peak point. Fuck.
Yeah, that was a little rough.
The battlefield changes with every play. Who needs equipment?
We shouldn't have left A open. Okay, I'll go B. Or actually, Sweet, go B, I'll go mid.
Okay.
Because you can block off.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's 2 sentinels there though, but whatever.
No, I can
We
work
played
mid
3
and go
cents
back.
anyways. It's okay.
I've got
Where
your
are you?
trail.
Enemy spotted A.
Still waiting. My ult is ready.
Nightmare, take them!
Spike planted.
Oh jeez.
I got my ult. I'm gonna rush in on it.
Okay,
Pull them to their grave.
I'm with you.
Last player standing.
Target spotted A. Target escaped. Problem solved.
No, so close.
I was on fire. I was ready to.
Sudden death.
That's alright.
Make them regret their choice of profession.
Ugh. Odin time? Not
Yeah.
me.
I got it.
Jeez Louise. I'm gonna play back actually.
Reloading.
Turret out.
Bulldog time? I have that clipped.
Bulldog time. That's funny.
It's dog time. I'm creeping up on my 5 hours. Oh shit, not even close. I hit her 80, but she...
Nope, maybe not.
Fuck.
Good shot. They go mid. A. Or B. B, B, B.
We are on B. Other side is A.
Turret down. Here.
Spike planted.
Oh shit. No one else has pushed in with you. Okay. Slowed herself.
In that corner.
Last player standing.
Remove.
Oh my god, 1 health?
Attackers. win.
Damn. Alright, I got
That was
one more
silly.
in me. I feel my energy fading away.
Uno mas? Okay. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, let's play comp.
Not! Oh my god.
No, I've had a headache all day. So I wasn't gonna do comp
Oh, that
anyway.
sucks.
Yeah, it's the weather or something. I don't know.
I guess I'm just like off my aim today. I don't know.
I like to make up an excuse every day for why
Just
I suck. at
have
Valorant.
just have
Just kidding.
tools saying lock in as like a soundboard.
Yo,
Yeah, we need that.
honestly, I think that's what I need.
A little bit.
I think I gotta go like back through my VODs and like clip him saying that. Bass boost it and everything, dude. Auto-tune version? Hell yeah.
Oh my god. What's better, hot dogs or chicken tenders?
Chicken tenders.
You're right.
Tenders.
So you're gonna
You
go eat one,
right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
How many have you had today?
4.
What the fuck's my password, bro?
Oh, so eat some more.
Jesus, honey mustard is 230 calories? What the fuck?
Is it really?
I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, fucking one-shot
mayo.
my chicken tender.
Or
honey
are
mustard,
you?
know. Don't tempt me.
You know, gift you. Just kidding.
TDM?
I mean, I'm done for whatever. It's gonna be the last one though.
Match
That
found.
was fast.
IQ pretty quick, I noticed. Especially now. And in the morning for sure.
And in the morning?
Yeah, like it'd be 6 for you, about 9 for me, yeah. About 4 a.m. to 4 a.m. Pacific to 6 a.m. Pacific.
What the fuck's my password, dude? I'm legit buying a game right now.
What game?
It's called Fashion Dreamer.
Oh, nice.
Sounds like a dating sim.
No, it's just a fashion game. Everyone's been talking about it and I've been wanting to play. Illumi said hot
game.
dogs.
It's cool.
Whoa, Ben.
But that's only one for hot dogs, you know what I mean? Alright, it's downloading. I gotta archive shit. Let's go. What is this dude saying? He's so angry.
He says, I could have been one of you.
Real?
Let the bullets fly.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
No way. No way I didn't get anybody with that.
And you're done.
Jazzy16 has disconnected.
Show me a target. Go get him, buddy.
Reloading. Sit down, be humble.
Charge your ults.
I'm good for 3.
No, I needed to reload.
Reyna's in
Dizzy has
the corner.
targets.
Right.
What? How did you not get...
Saw you, Mach.
Fuck.
Run, little man.
Enemy killed.
Holy shit, I can't see anything.
Good, cuate.
10 seconds until stage change. Stage 3.
Get him, wingman. Up and away.
Got one.
Right there.
No!
They're not ready. Blow 'em up, Mud.
No! Why did I not shoot? The fuck? I think I do need a different
Got. They're not ready.
mouse. This one's a little sticky.
Up you go.
New stage in 10.
Go get him, buddy. No sweat.
Final stage. You are powerless.
Shit, I'm powerless.
See ya. Thrash is ready. Can't do it. Stand aside. I'm good for 3.
No! I really wanted those 2 kills. How fucking funny would that have been? It would have been so bad.
It's all you, little homie.
Raina's on a rampage.
No!
Dizzy's up. Somebody's there. Mosh pit.
Rampage.
No! She's so fast.
Wow, that Neon's ult goes way too far.
Honestly.
They're not ready. Run, little man. My wingman's down.
Damn. I couldn't swing fast enough.
Cutting their vision.
To the right.
Reloading.
114 on Neon? That's fucking insane.
Up and away. Dizzy has targets.
How do I keep getting caught in that?
Saw you, Mosh.
Had 3 people shooting at me. Oh shit. That's wild.
Charge your axe.
Damn. You like both? Really?
15 kills.
I like nuggets more.
Shot my wingman. Dizzy's up top.
How? Please tell me how. How did she get that ace? There's no fucking way.
You got that ace?
No, the neon, dude. The neon's on like the 8th kill.
Shut her down.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Hi! I'm pissed!
no, I couldn't find anyone.
Rip.
You would need to add something to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they're pretty good. I think. I don't
What?
know.
Hot dogs?
Nuggets.
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 Oh.
Okay, thank you for the games, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Are you done with the stream or are you just done with Valo?
Done with Val. I'm gonna hop in fashion whatever dreamer for a second. But yeah. Yes. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for playing with me.
GG's.
GG's.
How about you, B? Are you done?
Okay, guys. Holy crap. I think today's an off day for Valo for me today. Just a little off. I don't know. What have you guys been up to today, though? What's everyone been doing? We do have the Val charity tournament information up if you guys wanted to join. Go ahead and click the link and look through it. Nope. Thanks for the support. Playing Pokemon. Yeah, we're gonna play Fashion Dreamer in about 10 minutes. I didn't know it was gonna take that long. Honestly, if it's gonna take that long, I might just cut it. Might just raid out. Who do we raid out to, though? I don't know. I don't know who to raid out to. Who's streaming right now? I don't think I have like the energy. But I wanted to start the game with you guys. So also chilling here doesn't feel like it's been almost 5 hours. I know, it's 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's been 5 hours. Yeah. Start the game. Okay. Should we just take a 9-minute break then? And then I'll start the game. That way I can like take the girls out real quick. Use the restroom. Yeah? Okay. And then we'll play like for the rest of the 5 hours. So like maybe 30 minutes of Fashion Dreamer. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, don't you dare fucking go anywhere. I'm yelling today, I don't know why. I'm pretty bold and brash right now. Okay, I'll be back. Oh, I deserve it. Not gonna lie, Pander, I deserve it. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys. Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Yeah, give me like 10 minutes. I'll be back.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space.
Wait,
Press
why do I
space. Press
pause?
space.
Where's
Space.
on
Hold
stream up?
space. Hold space.
My bad.
Hold space. Hold space. Space. Hold it. Hold it. Oh my god. She died.
Nicole.
I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh no! Mina.
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
Mom, I can't close doors. I'm scared.
Stop. How did I survive that? Fuck you guys. You guys suck. Oh my god. I don't know know what noise that was.
It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after.
I'm the only alien here. Frick. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Fuck.
Oh my. Yo, who's wheezy like that, bro?
I love it. Do it again. Do it again. Bet you won't.
Whoa.
If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space. Press space. Press space. 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 Hold space. Hold space. Hold space. Hold space. 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 Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Oh my god. She died.
Nicole.
I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair.
Heals you. Use your flash.
This is
Oh,
crazy.
watch it, please. Use your flash. Good.
Nobody was there.
Look right.
Somebody was there. I can't shoot. I got
Let's go, Sin. Let's go, Sin.
Okay, okay, wait,
Your
wait.
chest
okay,
matter.
Hold that.
holding.
No, 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 no.
Oh, never mind. Take it back. Shoot him.
Right side. Right side.
They
Oh shit. Sin. I'm clipping that for you.
A little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in...
That's how lonely I am.
You talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck. What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Alone?
Yeah. Hey, Chin, is that really you?
Granny, win.
Like, actually?
I'm coming
You're
for
not
your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck? Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like... I was just gonna go
Okay, so we can
out.
go deep. Oh, no, no! Mina! Miss.
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny.
In the messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We'll find all of the animals again, yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with, oh my god. Mina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much.
How's she not dead? Please. Oh my god, please no.
Turn it off. It's so.
Oh my god.
Stop. How did I survive that? Fuck you guys. You guys suck. Oh my god.
I was just
Oh,
gonna
nice.
go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh, no, no! Mina! Miss.
Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so he doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in...
How's she not dead? Please. Oh my god, please no.
That's how lonely I am.
You talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck. What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Hey, Chin, is that really you?
Granny, win.
Like, actually? You're not
For your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck? A little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. No, I can't close doors. I'm scared. Turn it off. Okay, I think I'm back. How to change my shirt is so fucking hot in the apartment. What did I miss? What the? Lunar 3rd, 2nd, high hydration. Okay, I'll hydrate for sure. We can do that. Jones, how's it going? How's the playthrough? Of course. Set me on fire, that's fine. Can legally drink. I need to come up with a whole bunch of different other... What's it called? Things.
Channel points. I think I might scrap everything at one point. Because I've been just adding things, right? But I think maybe it's time to like scrap everything and do a full reset. What do you guys think? So real? Yeah, just fucking start over new. I think I might buy another light for this side so that I can have light from different areas come through. What you do now? We're gonna play a different game. Do I have a controller? Fuck. I didn't charge my controller. Hahaha. I'm so funny. Like legit so fucking funny. Hold on. I don't even know what to do right now. Where's my controller? Okay, I have this one. This one kind of sucks though. Are you still playing Baldur's Gate, Lando? Oops. 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 My desk is a mess right now, guys. Don't look. Watermelon game? No. Good morning, Lando. Oh shit, should we stand up? I fucking for real cannot find my controller. I guess I can charge this one, this is fine. Wait, no, it should be right here. It's nighttime, what do you mean day? Not for meow, what? Yeah, I have this controller, but I don't know where the charger is. Are you the charger? Yes, you are. I have to plug it into my Switch. What's up, Sharky? Who are you? This is not high school. What are we talking about? Give me 1 second. Switch is plugged in. Fatal has thighs. Imagine I have thighs. Crazy. Okay, we're gonna stand up. My headset's attached to the fucking desk. Where do I put my chair? Okay, hold on. Go away, chair. Wait, I'm taller than this. Can my desk actually go this high? Wait, I'm taller. I'm fucking tall. Holy shit. Chair stream? No, I'm here. I'm right here. I'm back. Chair stream? No, chair's gone. Now you can see the rest of my horrendous desk space. I have dog beds here and like other things, so I had to move everything out of the way. Why is water so good? I know, I love that lunar light too. Lando was blocking it the other day, so I had to move it. I had to take it out. It feels good to stand up. Let me adjust. You can see more of my pores now. Okay. I have a lot of stuff on my desk right now, guys. I have like snacks and shit. It's so bad. I don't think I have... What is it supposed to be called? Is it a display capture? Don't yell at me. I don't know how to work this, okay? I don't know how to work this, okay? Here we go. Oh, we did it. I'm a fucking genius. Look at that. Look at that. Crazy. You're curious about this game? I really have to sneeze, but I don't want to sneeze in all y'all's faces, so... Yeah, standing is good. She's human? No way. I have legs? I have legs! Holy shit, guys. I have legs. Oh, that's B. See, I've been playing with the fucking Xbox controller for way too long. Let's hope this picks up audio. Hopefully it's not too loud. Oh, why is it picking up the whole... Hopefully it's not too loud. Spoke too fucking soon. Can I... How do I change the audio? Oh shit. I don't know how to change the audio. Bro, how do I make it not that loud? I don't know how to make it not loud. The fuck? This is stressful. I hate having new tech. Is it? I don't think I can change it through here. It's not through here. Flashbang? Oh my god. How's the night going? Pretty good so far. I do want to turn on this volume though. Like it's insanely loud. I don't know why I can't change it through here. And why it keeps fucking recording every time I press it. Monitor audio. No, not that. Not mic. Why can't I change it? What is this bullshit? What? What is happening? Did it freeze? Bruh. I just want to play games. Everything froze. Let me restart my... Look how funny my face is right now. Let me restart this. Let me refresh this real quick. I'm back. I'm back. I don't know why this isn't working now. Technical difficulties. Oh, it's because I changed the device. That was fucking loud. guess I can just turn it down. That kind of sucks though, because I want to hear. Why can't I change the volume? Unless there's a different capture thing that I'm on the wrong one, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. This is what happens when you don't troubleshoot before you start playing. Shit. I keep grabbing the wrong one. Okay. Because it's capturing even like the capture of the interface. It's not just the game. So I'm trying to resize it a little bit. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. Ready? We're gonna start the game. How's the night going for you? What you been up to, Sharky? Can I turn down the audio from here? No, I don't think so. We're starting the game. Welcome to the world of Eve. It's a pretty name. Eve is a digital, oh fuck, I can't read. Digital platform that connects people all over the world through fashion. Maybe I need more water. Use the language of fashion. People can express using the language of fashion. People can express themselves, get to know each other, other people, each other. Fuck, dude, I'm just making up the fucking words. And communicate with each other, even if their native languages may differ. Your sense of style is uniquely yours and is part of what makes you who you are. Let's use the language of fashion to freely communicate with the world. Okay, okay. Tell me more. Let's create your Eve character. You can communicate with people around the world through the language of fashion using avatars called muses. The appearance and profile information of the muse you create will be shared with other players. Please refrain from including anything offensive or any personal information. Choose a muse from among the recommended muses. You can change the appearance of your muse later if you like as well. She kind of cute. This is all our defaults? Okay, we'll pick her. Okay. This is so cute. Are the two songs going at the same time? Yeah, I should change it, sorry. Let me eliminate this one. Did it go away? Yeah, it should have gone away. Thank you, Louie. Ah! I pressed B. I'm so used to Xbox controls right now. Yup, you're welcome. I appreciate you. Oh, this is cute. Look at the hearts. I actually really like this. I do my hair like this most of the time when I go out, besides the bangs. And this, I do this too. Holy crap, there's a lot to go through. Welcome to Character Simulation Game. What? This is so cozy. This is me like when I'm cleaning. That's me exactly when I'm cleaning. I think I'm gonna go with this one though. I think this one's really, really cute. Okay. Honestly, oh, we can pick body shapes too. Oh shit, she's tall. We'll go like in between. I like blush. I kind of use a lot of blush. Let's use this one. Oh my god, I pressed fucking B again. Bro, I hate it here. Wow, they have curly hair. Only one, but hey, it's there. That's a big step here. Wait, where are my bangs? Okay, over here. We're gonna do shy. And then I wanted like to be tall. I'm pretty tall. I like this one. I kind of like these eyes though. I do like those eyes. I'll pick this one. I don't know. I don't know my skin tone, so I'm kind of like colorblind, you know? Holy shit, she's like dead inside. This one? This one? I like this one. Maybe this one? This one. What was the original one that we had? This one? No. The original one looked normal, like pretty fucking normal. There's not that many options. I feel like there should be more options towards customizing your base character. Where the fuck is blue? Oh wait, that's facial hair. What? Oh, this. We don't have that. Accents. Do you guys like how I'm going backwards? Oh my god. I would kill to have a mole near my eye. I think they're so cute. I don't really care about the nose. Unless it has like a very different side profile. We'll just go with the stock option, that's fine. Lively eyes. None. I look dead. We'll go with sparkling. I usually go with purple or like green eyes. I don't know why. We'll do purple. Let's see. There's a lot of eye options there. I have a mole in the middle of my chin like my dad. Like in the middle. How's the beautiful kimchi today? Hello, sparkling dead, love that. Landy, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm alright. I'm pretty tired. Oh, I forgot to shout out Lando.
People, and it's hard.
For fun. Lando, I swear
I have
you
a
need a clip.
controller that I
It'd
should
be
be using,
hilarious.
but... Oh, what? That was epic.
I love party animals. It's such a fun game to play. Fuck, I pressed... I gotta do that whole fucking thing over again. I fucking hate it here. I'm gonna memorize this. I'm gonna memorize it. I fucking hate it here. Fuck my life. Why is this happening to me? Why? I'm so fucking mad. You have no idea. I'm so angry. Where's the eye one? I think I picked this one. Yep. Oh, we were at this, I think, right? Nose. Oh no. I don't care. Sparkling, yep. Purple. Actually, yeah, we'll do purple. Shit. She's squinting. Let's see. Oh, I kind of like this one. That one's cute. I feel like when I draw, those are the type of eyes that I kind of draw all the time. These color options are very interesting. I like the dark gray. Brow color? Sure. Oh god, we can change the eyebrows. This is very, very expressive. Hey there, Looney. Wait, what? I get bullied by Lando and bred in party animals? Yeah. Yeah, they're really good at it. I don't know why. Nanny's on an escalator going upstairs. So see you later. Chamber, what? Hey there, Lee. Kids have no respect these days. I think I like this one or that one. Or even this one. Maybe we'll do this one. It's a little more interesting. This one's noise. Hair color. Okay, now we're finally getting to somewhere. I do... Like, if I could pick, I would do lavender. I mean, I can pick. I mean, I'm picking. Simply don't get bullied. Easy peasy. I like this one, though. Okay. I think we're good. I might want to change her eyebrow color. I feel like if I were to change her hair color, it wouldn't go well. Now I'm second guessing her skin tone as well. Yeah? Easier said than done. Honestly, they're really good at the game. I don't know how. No idea how. Cheers, guys. Let's see if we can do characters. Probably, I mean, like, usually you can. Let's see. I usually do this. Okay, we're good. Favorite style? Favorite color? That's so hard to pick. Favorite print? I'd probably say floral. I don't wear that many prints. So, name her cupcake? What item do I most wish for right now? I do want new glasses. And more skirts. And hoodies. We'll go with skirt. Okay. Does that look good? Money? Wait, is money an option? Maybe we just do anything. If money was there, I probably would have put money. Oh shit, hashtags? I want to get back into cosplaying, but I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it anymore. It takes so much time and effort into making a cosplay. Welcome to Eve. I'm the Guide Muse, here to support you. Press the Y button to view detailed information about their outfit. Give items you're interested in a like to obtain them automatically. So I can just go around and just pick up everyone's clothes, I guess. Eve is wearing anime military outfit. Get 10 items that Muse is wearing by giving those items alike. I don't have shoes. I'm not wearing shoes.
Hello.
Wait, this outfit is cute. I actually like this outfit. I would wear this. Okay, sure. I can't. Okay, I can try it out. She looks like a zombie. Yo, I'm fucking tall. I'm so tall. Oh, this is a cute outfit too. Holy shit, that's my hair. My hair looks exactly like that. What the fuck? That's so weird. Can I go somewhere else? I'm only allowed to go this way, okay. I don't know why, like, walking like this is horrendous. Where am I supposed to go? You have unread tips. Oh my god, I keep pressing B. Uh-huh. There are 2 types of muses to it? Get 10 more items. Oh, I'm supposed to just fucking collect items right now. Okay, I get it. Can I go in here? Pop-up area. We can go this way.
Hi there.
I like your outfit. Can I grab it? I can't grab it. Walking is really clunky. The teddy bears. How do I get it?
How are you?
I was pressing the wrong button. Okay. You look like a librarian, like a sexy librarian.
Hi there.
What is the point of this, like... Did I get 10? Did I get 10? Okay, nice. Change into items you own by selecting your outfit from the plus button. Oh my god, I fucking pressed B again. View outfits. Okay. So tall? I know, for real. Freaking the
How are you?
tallest. Okay, change outfit. How do I change my outfit? A. Okay. Sure. I just got hella notifications. What the fuck? I guess we can just pick clothes from this now? How's that look? Look kits are now unlocked. Press A button while near a muse to start a conversation. Create an outfit for that muse. Interesting. Quest, your first look kit. Talk to a muse and make them a look kit. Okay. I really like her hair. It's cute. Extreme Choice Joyce. Let's see. Well, these are so cute. This game is really cute. I like how everything kind of just looks like it was meant to be. Let's see. Well, she needs shoes. She's so pastel. I love it. I want more yellow because of the shoes. Maybe we don't give her those shoes? I don't know. So you have your inventory and quick picks. Okay. Maybe we just keep her with these colors. I don't know, I don't really like their shoes at all. Like at all. I don't like these either. I don't know. Angie, aren't you still streaming? Wow, so you chose a look it that matches my usual sense of style. This is a cute game. I got a different color palette? Okay, wait. You can launch the e-vlog by pressing. The e-vlog is a convenient feature that helps aspiring influencers by automatically posting their photos. These posts are spread throughout your e-world instantly, earning you likes from other muses. Why is she so cute? She's so freaking tall. I love it. I love the moon. The moon. Half of these outfits I probably would wear IRL. Does she have other leggings? No. A jacket maybe? Nothing? I don't have like a plain black jacket though. Yeah, that's fine. I'm wondering if I can like go to other items too. So if I make this outfit and view it, am I able to? Oh, I can't get it. Interesting. What did I just receive? The star thingies? Oh, 10 followers. The salon arena. Okay, I guess we have to go that way. Wait. I kind of want to pick up more outfits. Hold on.
Hello there.
I can just like randomly pick everything up, I think. I'm gonna try to. Give me a second. Walking is kind of clunky.
Hi.
I'm gonna try to pick everything up. Or as much as possible. Since I've already really picked up like
How are you doing?
the stuff that I like, so yes. You know what I should do? I should play calm.
How are you?
Should I play calm? Maybe next week. Where are we going? Where are we going? feels a little too, you know? Offers facilities to help you change the appearance of your muse. It contains the photo egg, which lets you take pictures. Okay. So you can take photos here. Change into your favorite look and take your first picture. Okay. We can do that.
Hey there!
No, I'm fine. We're good. Where do I take the photo? Oh, right here. What the fuck? This game is so cute. Holy shit, why is there so many different... And then you can decorate it. I'm dying. Why is this so cute? Wait, is there a way to flip it? You can rotate, resize, rotate. Okay, no, then we won't use that. A little ghosty. Oh. I don't know. I'm not really good at decorating pictures. Okay, that's done. Wait, what? Did it save or not? Oh, save? What? Why would it be red? The red one, why? I'm so unlucky, bruh. I like your shoes. I actually have shoes like the one that she's wearing right now. I have shoes like that IRL. They're really, really cute, but they're so clunky to walk in. Like, you have to walk super slow. You have to be going somewhere, basically, to be wearing it. Otherwise, it's just not that great. Wait, where the fuck am I going? This way? Alright, they could have made walking 20 times easier. Can I purchase this stuff, or the trend forecaster will update you on fashion trends? Staying on top of trends is a great way to gain more likes. Okay. I guess just going here and then changing. What is this? Every single traffic light I came to today was red. Yo, same! I hate it when that fucking happens. I hate it so much. This all looks so winter, autumn-esque. Very freaking cozy. Kinda like this shirt though. That's a little too long for my taste. Me personally. I wish like the colors matched up a little bit. I'm feeling like the colors don't match up.
Mr. Hunter, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I get a present? Ooh. Okay, so now that we've sampled the game a little bit, I'm probably gonna raid out. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for sure. Let me go ahead and mute this real quick. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be playing Jackbox with Namu. It's been quite a while since I played with Namu. I mean, like he was streaming yesterday, but you know, I wasn't streaming. Was I streaming? Yes, I was. I lied to you guys. I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. Let's go see who is streaming so we can read out to them. Why don't you read out to someone who's playing the game? Let's read out to someone else. Completely new. New person incoming.
You got no jams.
I got no jams. Damn. I just turned on the jams. I just turned on the jams. If only you could have waited just a tiny little bit. Let's see. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I had such a good time. I'm sorry, my gameplay kind of sucked today. As far as what's the game I was playing? You can never be too sure with people's streams sometimes. There's actually not a lot of people playing this game right now. Okay, I got one. Looks promising. Give me a second. There's not a lot of people playing this game. Like, actually. Here we go. Here we go. We found one. We did it. I hope you guys enjoyed your day. Definitely has been such a fucking long day. I woke up and had to do hella groceries. I had to take my mom and my little sister out to eat. It was crazy. Today's been fun. I'm glad. I'll probably be in my Discord if you guys want to hang out or anything. I'll just be hanging out. I'm very tired. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm so tired. But yes, I hope you guys go ahead and tell the person we're rating out hello and have a good day. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys are precious to me. I swear. Thank you guys so much for all the gifted subs and subs today. You guys are so crazy. Why you did not have to do that. I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys. Bye. Bye.